The House will come to order. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Schiebel, please call the roll.
Representatives Bacon. Here. Barone. Basenecker. Bottoms. Bradfield. Bradley. Brooks. Brown. Representative Brown.
Excused.
Caldwell. Camacho. Carter. Clifford. DeGraff. Duran. Representative English is excused. Espinoza. Foray. Flanell. Froelich. Garcia. Garcia Sander. Gilchrist. Goldstein. Gonzalez. Hamrick. Hartsook. Jackson. Johnson. Joseph. Kelty. Leader. Lindsay.
Here.
Luck. Lukens. Mabry. Marshall. Martinez. Morrow. McCormick. Wynn. Pascal. Phillips. Richardson. Ricks. Representative Ricks.
Excused.
Rootnell. Ryden. Sirota. No. Rep. Sirota is excused. Slaw. Smith. Soper. Representative Soper. Excused. Stewart K. Stewart R. Story. Sukla. Taggart. Representative Taggart. Excused. Tatone. Valdez A.
A.
Velasco. Weinberg.
Here.
Wilford. No. Representative Wilford. Winter. Is here. Woodrow. Woog. Zokai. And Madam Speaker.
Here. With 59 present and 6 excused, we do have a quorum. Representative Barone, do we have a joke today?
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Yes, I'm going to double down today, members. I've got 2 jokes for you, please. Hopefully it'll get to a unanimous yes vote on the journal. Yes, it will. Why can't your nose be 12 inches long?
Why?
Because then it'd be a foot. Hey, did you all hear about that restaurant on the moon? Great food, no atmosphere.
Oh,
Thank you. I'll be here all week. Madam Speaker, I move that the Journal of Monday, April 27th, 2026 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
members, you have heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and clearly, Rep. Barone, those jokes have to improve. Announcements and introductions. Representative Carter.
Where's Rip Bacon?
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If you guys could join me today in recognizing the Rangeview boys basketball team. If you guys could stand. What I wanted, not only did this team come together, but they also brought together that Aurora community, which you can see while these are not all individuals who are part of Rangeview's district, but these are all individuals that represent Aurora. What I want you to know, there are, to my knowledge, at least one person in this chamber who graduated from Rangeview, but there is also another person on the board who is a proud Rangeview graduate. I don't know if you can guess which one. Okay, so thank you again, and thank you guys for coming. One more time, join me in recognizing the Rangeview Raiders.
Raiders.
Wonderful. Representative Stewart.
Good morning, Madam Speaker.
Good morning.
All right, members, this Friday is Concrete Day at the Capitol, and there's going to be a barbecue from 11 to 1 p.m. on the East Lawn. Concrete Day. Also, y'all got to pay attention. We have a very special VIP guest.
Representative Stewart, one moment. Members, listen up.
Members, VIP guest, the Honorable Barbara McLaughlin is over there.
Great to see you, Representative.
Are we doing these things?
Sure. Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee will meet in LSBA upon adjournment to hear 4 bills that are already outlined for you in the, let's see, 1003 joint resolution, Senate Bill 150, Senate Bill 101, and House Bill 1420.
Thank you. Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Speaker. I am to tell you that I'm going to be gone Thursday and Friday, and my wife is graduating with her bachelor's degree.
Oh, congratulations. So approved. Representative Espinoza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to announce that there will be a conference committee on HB 261084 tomorrow morning in room 107 at 8 a.m. If anybody wants to come and hear us, you'd be welcome to join us. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Judiciary Committee members, room 107, 10 minutes upon adjournment. We are hearing 3 bills today. Senate Bill 158, Senate Bill 159, and Senate Bill 36. 10 minutes upon adjournment, room 107.
Thank you. Representative Johnson and Sukla.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All right, friends, colleagues, the total amount from auctioneer day was $4,085.
Wow.
I want to remind you, if you have not done so already, please make sure to give Miss Vanessa Riley the money via either Venmo, check, or cash. I will be checking in with her to make sure that we get the account squared away to get all of those funds to our amazing nonpartisan staff.
Thank you. Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Speaker. There also will be a barbecue at the Majority Leader's house.
Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Just wanted to let everyone know that the Health and Human Services Committee is not meeting today, but we will be meeting tomorrow.
Representative Story.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem.
I just wanted to announce that CDC will be meeting tomorrow, Wednesday, April 29th, at 8:40 a.m. in Senate Committee Room 357, not on Thursday, April 30th, as appears in the printed calendar, and the committee will consider a property transaction proposal from Colorado Parks and Wildlife.
Further announcements? Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Okay, members, thank you. Today, we honor the life and legacy of Reuben Lewis Sims Jr., a devoted son, father, and pillar of the Aurora community, whose life was defined by service, courage, and unwavering commitment to others. Sorry, members, I just want to be able... Thank you. In 1977, Mr. Sims made history as the first African-American firefighter for Aurora Fire Rescue. For 20 years, he served with distinction, protecting the lives and property of Aurora residents with integrity and bravery. But his impact went far beyond the calls he answered. As a firefighter and engineer, Mr. Sims stood as more than a public servant. He was a symbol of perseverance in the face of barriers, a symbol of possibility for those who had long been excluded from spaces like his, and a symbol of what it means to lead not just with strength, but with purpose. He broke barriers within the fire service, opening doors for those who would follow, and he didn't stop there. He used his position to uplift others, advocating for greater inclusion of women and communities of color in the fire service. He understood that being the first was not just an achievement, it was a responsibility. Beyond his uniform, Mr. Sims was deeply rooted in the Aurora community. Whether at Juneteenth celebrations or the Black Arts Festival, he showed up with pride, presence, and with a commitment to celebrating culture and community. Those who knew him remember not only a trailblazer, but a man of humility, strength, and character, someone who carried the weight of history with grace and who worked to make the path easier for those who came after him. Mr. Sims did pass away and is believed to have suffered from cancer related to his service, a solemn reminder of the risks our firefighters carry every day in service to others, and yet his legacy endures. It lives on in his family, in the firefighters he inspired, and in the countless lives he touched, both on and off duty. It lives on in the city of Aurora's decision on October 2023 to designate a portion of East 16th Avenue as Reuben Sims Jr. Avenue, ensuring that his name and his impact will never be forgotten. Today, we honor Reuben Lewis Sims Jr., not only for his historic service, but for the doors he opened, the lives he changed, and the example he set. Please welcome his family, his son, Jamie, if you could stand. Thank you so much, members. We offer our heartfelt condolences and appreciation to his family, whose love and strength continue to carry his legacy forward. Thank you so much. Thank you all.
Representative Carter.
All right. I apologize. I still got more to go. Here we have Carter Day. Two things I want to point out about Mr. Sims Jr. While I was researching information about Mr. Sims Jr. Regarding the first black firefighter, he was the first male, African-American male firefighter. What I found out while doing my research, the first black female firefighter is still currently working at Aurora Fire. So, also, one last thing, we will be doing a 5K in Reuben Sims. Yeah, don't give me that look. I'm gonna run a 5K. We're gonna be doing a 5K. We will be running a 5K in Reuben Sims Jr. honor on June 5th. And one last thing, last announcement. Today is ALG Day at the Capitol. They have chosen to go to the lesser chamber first.
ALG means?
The African Leadership Group. They have chosen to go to the lesser chamber first. However, I will still say my remarks. That's on them. I want to take a moment to recognize a very special group of visitors. They're going to be here at the Capitol today. The African Leadership Group was founded in 2006 by Papa Dia, a man whose story is in many ways the story of countless immigrants who have come to this country in search of a better life. Papa Dia arrived in the United States in 1998 from Senegal, carrying with him a background in law and a determination to build something here. Like so many others, he faced real obstacles, a new language, a new system, credentials that didn't transfer. He took a job at a bookstore, then at a bank where he worked for almost 18 years. It was there that something became clear to him. The financial tools and resources that can make or break a person's future in this country existed, but they weren't reaching the people who needed them most, immigrant communities. African communities were being left out of the conversation. And when Papa Dia began helping the people around him navigate those systems, more and more people came to him for guidance. When the bank took notice and expressed concern, Papa Dia made a decision. He would build something whose entire purpose was to help. This is how the African Leadership Group was born, out of one person's refusal to accept that his community should be left behind. ALG's work is guided by values that this institution should recognize: transformation, diversity, equity, integrity, and excellence. Those are not abstract ideals. They are the foundation of what it takes to help African immigrants successfully and professionally integrate into American life and ensure that when people come to this country with talent, drive, and ambition, they have a real opportunity to contribute. ALG, like I said, they went to the Lesser Chamber first, but at 1:30, they will be in the West Foyer. Please stop by and say hello.
Thank you, Rep. Carter. Further announcements? We need majority. Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I do have an announcement. Member, this is a reminder that we are in open enrollment through May 11th.
Of course.
If you have any questions regarding benefits or open enrollment, please feel free to reach out to Shannon Briggs in accounting. Thank you.
Seeing no more announcements, Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to proceed out of order for consideration of resolutions.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for consideration of resolution. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the immediate consideration of Senate Joint Resolution 21.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed to the immediate consideration of Senate Joint Resolution 21. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Joint Resolution 21.
Senate Joint Resolution 21 by Senator Judah, also Representative Zokai, concerning designating the month of April as National Arab American Heritage Month.
Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move Senate Joint Resolution 21 and ask that the be it resolved section be read at length.
Mr. Schiebel.
Be it resolved by the Senate of the 75th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the House of Representatives concurring herein, that the General Assembly recognizes the contributions that Arab Americans have made to the development of the United States and the State of Colorado, that the General Assembly officially designates the month of April as National Arab American Heritage Month, to be observed yearly as a time dedicated to recognizing the valuable contributions of Arab Americans, and that the General Assembly urges Colorado residents and institutions to actively participate in this special observance.
Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, باعث افتخار من است که با شما خدمت میکنم, which is another way to say it's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
Members, I would like to just start by thanking Senator Judah for bringing forward this resolution to designate the month of April as National Arab American Heritage Month here in Colorado. For over a century, Arab Americans have helped shape this country in profound ways, contributing to medicine, science, education, business, public service, and culture. And somebody recently asked me about Middle Eastern culture and to try to describe it, which is a difficult thing to do, but I think that above all, it's a culture that is rooted in hospitality and taking care of each other and bringing people in as if they're our family, and we are going to feed you whether you like it or not. And I bring that up because I think that that culture is often not what is portrayed in Western media and in political rhetoric, and too often people who are of Middle Eastern descent or Arab Americans are reduced to stereotypes that are rooted in fear or conflict or suspicion, rather than seen for who they actually are, which is neighbors, professionals, public servants, business owners, and families that are deeply invested in the well-being of our communities. And I think that that split leads to something that I see within our communities, which is this push of whether we try to shed our culture and background and act as American as possible, or whether we really embrace our culture and show who we really are to try to run a face of that stereotype. And I think that people with me grapple with that. And to me, the point of this resolution is to say that whether you choose to assimilate or not, you are American and you belong. And here in Colorado, more than 42,000 Arab Americans call our state home, contributing every day to our economy and our civic life. Their presence is not new. Arab Americans have been part of Colorado's story since the late 1800s, and their impact continues to grow. This resolution recognizes the deep family values, commitment to education, entrepreneurial spirit, and the rich diversity of faiths and traditions that Arab Americans bring to our shared community. And it affirms that everyone in our state should feel respected and safe. And I think that's something important to note, as it does feel very pressing now, given conflict in Lebanon and innocent lives that are at risk. And so I'm just going to close by reading something that a family member in Lebanon sent to me. Today it hit home. Not far, not somewhere else, right next to me. Today a bomb fell a couple of buildings away from where I was standing. Today I could have been gone. Today I ran without thinking. I ran to reach my daughter, and I found her collapsing, terrified, in a place that was supposed to be safe. This is not normal. This is not life. My family is not collateral. My child is not part of your war. Our lives are not yours to gamble with. Take your wars, fight them somewhere else. Leave us out of it. I ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Joint Resolution 21. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lindsay votes yes. Representative Valdez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Valdez votes yes. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Weinberg votes yes. DeGraff and Kelty, Marshall. Representative DeGraff. Representative Marshall is excused. Representative DeGraff, would you like to be excused for this vote? Representative DeGraff is excused. Please close the machine. With 60 ayes, 0 no, and 5 excused, Senate Joint Resolution 21 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Lindsay Valdez, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the following bills be made special orders on April 28th, 2026 at 9:39 a.m. House Bill 1419 and House Bill 1340.
Seeing no objection, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be made special orders on April 28th, 2026 at 9:39 a.m. Representative Woodrow. Members, you have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, Representative Woodrow will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen, on iLegislate, and in today's folder on your box account. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader, and the court rule is relaxed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1419.
House Bill 1419 by Representatives Sirota and Brown, also Senators Mobley and Bridges, concerning the over-refund amount for state fiscal year 2024-25 of state revenues in excess of the state fiscal year spending limit under Section 20 of Article 10 of the state constitution.
Members, please quiet down. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1419 and the committee report.
To the committee report, Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There was just a very small appropriation necessary to ensure that the auditor has the ability to provide the report necessary for the bill.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, members, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is passed. To the bill, Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is actually a very simple bill in concept. What happened was the books were closed on the 24-25 fiscal year, and then just days later, Congress passed H.R. 1, which had a significant impact on the financial outlook of the state and significantly reduced revenues that impacted that particular fiscal year because it impacted tax year 2025, which occurs halfway in fiscal year 25 and halfway in fiscal year 26. And so what happened was that when the books were closed, prior to the passage of H.R. 1, it appeared that we had a Tabor refund, and that refund was given out. But, however, what happened with H.R. 1 is that the revenue reduction then was all absorbed into 1.5 years of a revenue reduction was absorbed into 1 year. And so in order to remedy the fact that essentially refunds were given out even though revenue didn't actually come in, we have worked out this particular bill to direct under law. We are directing the controller to determine an amount that is equal to the difference between what was certified in the ACFR and then what the state would have been required to refund based on the actual impact of H.R. 1. And then though that reduction will reduce Tabor refunds, but spread it out over 2 years to actually adjust for the over-refund that was given after fiscal year 2025. Easy peasy.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think everybody knows that our Tabor refunds come from surplus revenue above the Tabor cap. And as my co-prime sponsor mentioned, based on the tax year 2025 revenue prior to H.R. 1's passage, we were above the Tabor cap last year. But H.R. 1 retroactively reduced taxes and FY25 revenue, so actual collections did not reach the cap. The state needs to amend revenue collections for FY25 to more accurately reflect the tax revenue that was actually collected. Since H.R. 1 eliminated Tabor revenue, but we haven't adjusted that revenue, we've been sending out Tabor refunds out the door based on money that we've never collected. So we're running this bill to correct that error that was caused by the federal government, and we are moving this bill to correct that. So we ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on 1419? Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have one amendment. I move L007 and ask that it be displayed.
Please give us a moment to display the amendment. The amendment has been displayed. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment does two things. It sets this policy in motion based upon the certification from the controller in September of 2026, and it also changes a date so that it requires this calculation to be performed by November 16th instead of December 1st to give a little more time for it to be implemented. This was at the request of the controller, so I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on Amendment 007? Seeing none, members, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 007. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. 007 is passed. Any further discussion? Representative Garcia Sander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this conversation around the Taxpayer Bill of Rights is interesting because we've heard a lot about H.R. 1 for the last, I don't know, almost year. And H.R. 1 did reduce state revenue during fiscal year 24-25 by approximately $319.8 million. However, because H.R. 1 became law 4 days after the close of the 24-25 fiscal year on July 4th, this revenue impact is supposed to be accrued to fiscal year 25-26 under normal accounting rules. To accrue the fiscal impact to a prior fiscal year would be unprecedented. I am really concerned that this is going to open up our state to some pretty big legal issues. I'd like to know kind of what the explanation is around that, because if we have a big lawsuit on this, I think we'd lose. It's a date thing. So if you could address that, that would be great. Thanks.
Any further discussion? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Chair. Some of the same. It was calculated correctly under the law and economic conditions that it existed during fiscal year 24-25. And under accounting rules for Colorado itself says the follows: it is not an over-refund. Now, I think at some point we just need to realize that we have a spending problem. If we had the $4 billion surplus that we had in the past, I don't think this would be the issue. We have a $1.5 billion deficit that we dealt with in traditional fashion by raising taxes, increasing debt, and adding spending. That's the problem. Not that the citizens got money back. Colorado's annual comprehensive financial report states that the ACFR is prepared in conformity with the General Accepted Accounting Principles, GAAP, applicable to governments as prescribed under the Government Accounting Standards Board, the GASB. In plain language, that means Colorado has chosen to follow GASB's rulebook for government accounting, and that rulebook is what governs how we treat anything that happens after the fiscal year ends. GASB statement number 56 is the standard that tells Colorado how to handle subsequent events in fiscal year 24-25, things that happened after the fiscal year closed, but before the financial statements were issued. GASB defines subsequent events as events or transactions that affect the financial statements subsequent to the statement of net assets date, but before financial statements are issued. GSB 56 draws a bright line between two types of subsequent events. There are recognized events, and there are, not surprisingly, non-recognized events. So what are the recognized events? These events are that provide additional evidence with respect to conditions that exist at the date of the statement of net assessments and affect the estimates inherent in the process of preparing financial statements. GSB says all information that becomes available before issuance should be used to evaluate those existing conditions, and the financial statement should be adjusted for any changes in estimates resulting from the use of such evidence. Then there are non-recognized events. These are events that provide evidence with respect to conditions that did not exist at the date of statement of net assets but arose subsequent to that date. GASB is explicit. These events should not result in adjustment of the financial statements, though some may be important enough that you disclose them in the notes so user understands the financial statements. So under the very statements that Colorado says that it follows, there is only one kind of later development that justifies changing already completed financial statements: new information about conditions that already existed as of the end of year. Now conditions that arise after end of year do not allow you to go back and rewrite the past. At most, you must disclose them. So not only are we looking at, well, it's just retroactively going after the overtaxation of the citizens of Colorado, in addition to pulling back things like retaxing overtime pay and tips, which is a surprising way to try to save the citizens of Colorado any money. So let's apply this to the Tabor refund for 24-25. First, the refunds due from the Taxpayer Bill of Rights are based on Taxpayer Bill of Rights surplus, which in turn is based on state fiscal year spending, as defined in Colorado law as the conditions that actually existed during the fiscal year. The fiscal year 24-25 surplus and refund were calculated under the tax laws and federal treatment that were in effect that fiscal year. When someone now calls that refund an over-refund, they are doing something different. They are taking a law or policy change that happened in fiscal year 24-25, ended, and trying to retroactively apply it to the past year as if those new conditions had existed all along. Under GSB 56's definitions, that is the textbook example of a non-recognized subsequent event. So what does that do? Well, now, if you just go past that, you're opening yourself up for a lawsuit. And a lawsuit could cost the bringing back that refund plus an additional 10%, plus $30 million on top of that. So it seems like that seems pretty cut and dry. And there are definitely people that are eager to take this to court, because the citizens of Colorado appreciate that they have a Taxpayer Bill of Rights. They don't appreciate that the General Assembly blows through it, past it, and bulldozes it under every year. Under the GSB's rule book, that matters. GSB 56 tells us that events which create new conditions after year end should not result in adjustment of the financial statements. If an event is big and important, you might need to disclose it so users understand what changed, but you do not rewrite the prior year numbers that were correct under the old laws and old conditions. And again, we had $1.5 billion, and then there was another $1.5 billion. This is $300 million. It's not insignificant, but it is not addressing the core issues of overspending in this General Assembly. So Colorado, once again, this is indicative of the larger game plan of getting rid of your Taxpayer Bill of Rights. Colorado says its statewide financial report follows GASB's rulebook, except for Rule 56. For government accounting, GSB's rulebook has a specific section, 56, that tells us what to do when something happens after the fiscal year ends. It says we only go back and change the prior year financial statements when there is new information, sheds light on conditions that were already in place at year end. But when something truly new happens later, like a change in federal law or policy, That is a non-recognized subsequent event. Those events do not justify changing the past year statements. At most, you tell them about the change in a note. In fiscal year 24-25, Colorado calculated its Tabor surplus, the overtaxation, they calculated the overtaxation under the Taxpayer Bill of Rights and the refund under the tax rules and economic conditions that actually existed that year. The later change that people are pointing to did not exist at the 24-25 year end. It created new conditions going forward. Did not provide new evidence. Under GSB standard, Colorado has chosen to follow. That makes it a non-recognized subsequent event, and GSB is explicit. Non-recognized events should not result in the adjustment of financial statements. So if we follow the rules that Colorado says it follows, then the overtaxation returned under the Taxpayer Bill of Rights is not an over-refund. It was a correct refund under the law and the conditions that existed at the time. So what we have is we have the fact that this General Assembly just cannot control its spending. And we need to control the spending, not look for gimmicks to shake more money out of the citizens of Colorado. And in a sense, we're looking at a significant change in our tax policy, because we're looking at taking our tax policy and saying that, hey, we follow this GASB standard, but we're just going to not follow this one standard for the purpose of taking more of the money of the citizens of Colorado to help assuage a little bit of the overspending of the General Assembly. And since we are doing that, since we are changing effectively the tax code, creating a massive precedent for the General Assembly to just disregard accounting rules that it says it follows, just on whatever's inconvenient, whenever the General Assembly has overspent its budget, which is always, which is why I move L008 to HB 1419 and ask that it be displayed.
To the amendment, Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Chair. So, this is just a simple referendum clause. We replace the clause, make it a referendum clause, and take it to the citizens of Colorado, because we are talking about a tax change. So if we're going to talk about a tax change to our tax policy by disregarding significant factors of our tax policy, we should take this to the citizens of Colorado and say, citizens of Colorado, how do you feel about the General Assembly disregarding long-standing tax policy for the purpose of not refunding the overtaxation that was calculated under the Taxpayer Bill of Rights? So that's all the referendum does. It just says, let's take this to the citizens. It's their money. It's their tax policy. Much to your chagrin, they still have rights as taxpayers, and this is one of them, that they have the right to make determinations and that they are required to give permission whenever you're going to do significant changes to the tax policy, like, I don't know, completely disregard sections of the tax policy itself. So I recommend an aye vote on this and take this to the people, so that I think we should take this to the people instead of just giving this to the people.
Any further discussion on L008, Representative Sirota?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no vote on this amendment. The safety clause is necessary for implementation of this bill, and we are not violating the Constitution with this bill. We are simply, Tabor allows for the type of correction that is embedded in this bill. We correct for over refunds every year, And Tabor is clear that the legislature has the authority to determine how refunds are calculated and distributed. And the safety clause does exist for these very budgetary purposes. So I ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion? Representative DeGraff.
I like the old statement that failure to plan on your part does not constitute an emergency on mine. The safety clause is something for emergencies. Now, if we had, I mean, we do have money in reserve. We have billions of dollars in reserve. Not that we should spend them. We should be bolstering that. There was no issue with taking that down. We have no shortage of areas in which we can save millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars in rooting out the fraud that's in the budget. That's not on the table. There's been numerous places identified, and we've gone more the route of California, which has basically made looking for fraud illegal. Can't figure out why anybody would want to make looking for fraud illegal. But this body, this state, this Gold Dome, the Gold Dome cesspool, has blocked all look at reform. We have not taken apart the budget. We've not gone line item veto. We've not gone line item zero-based budgeting, like we should in the case where we've blown through a $4 billion budget surplus. So we have this emergency of our own creating. And once again, just like every time when you overspend, you say, well, wow, we overspent and we're just doing good stuff. So our solution is to take more money from the citizens of Colorado. Always the solution. Now, when you say we're not changing tax policy, it seems like we are disregarding GASB statement number 5 that tells Colorado how to handle subsequent events. And I don't think $300 million is de minimis. Things that happened after the fiscal year closed, but before the financial statements were issued. Now, if you go through with this, I can pretty much guarantee you that there is going to be a lawsuit. There's going to be a lawsuit. I mean, for if no other reason, then the penalties on this would be $30 million. $30 million. So if there's a lawyer out there that would be willing to apply themselves to the possible lawsuit against this, their cut would be part of $30 million in damages. And then the $300 million would go back. So this is a significant change to tax policy. It also creates precedent. It creates bad precedent in just saying, yes, we have rules, but they're not really rules, they're more what you call guidelines. And we follow them until they become inconvenient. And then we disregard them, and we reach further into the pockets of the citizens of Colorado. There's all kinds of places that we could start looking with zero-based budgeting to save the citizens of Colorado money. My go-to is the governor's green grift. Hundreds of millions of dollars there. Hundreds of $1 million in your climate superstition. That accomplishes nothing.
Back to L008, Representative.
Thank you, Chair. Somebody bet me that I couldn't work in 1/2 of one drop in 20 Olympic-sized swimming pools of drops. So I won't work that in, and I'll
Never
just lose
doubted
my
you
bet.
for a moment.
I'll just
Back
lose
to the
my bet.
amendment.
So there's plenty of money in the budget. There's plenty of money that has been extracted from the citizens' pockets. You can go look there. You don't need to go back out and send your goon squad back after the citizens of Colorado. This is a referendum. This would be getting the permission of the citizens of Colorado to do this. This would be getting the permission of the citizens of Colorado to do this. But you could just say, well, that's 300 million over roughly 4 million or so. So it's, you know what, 50. It's not all that much. Just ask for the citizens to pay extra on their taxes this year. Just say, hey, we blew the budget. We're asking for some extra money. Just go ahead and write that check on there. And you wouldn't even have to put it on the ballot, because I'm sure the citizens of Colorado would be understanding and they would be forthcoming and open up their checkbooks, because they know that the General Assembly of Colorado has nothing but the best interest at heart. That all of the money blown by this General Assembly is for their own greater good. So this is a referendum clause to keep us from getting sued, losing an additional $30 million because of blowing off GASB number 56 and making a significant change in our tax policy and raking back, shaking the citizens of Colorado upside down by their heels to get whatever's in their pockets out. I recommend a yes vote.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Chair. I do think this referendum is the actual best path. And the reason is because this is going to be a lawsuit. And I want to give some more information that will help the lawsuit. I brought this up in approps. I voted against this in approps. There is a definite disagreement within the legal department on this bill. And it was stated by some of the legal that this is putting the state in a precarious position, and that would be definitely liable for a lawsuit and would most likely lose that lawsuit. And so I'm saying this not to the people in the building. You may have not known that, but I'm saying it to the lawyers that are going to be going after this. This is part of the information. This is a win at this point. Knowing that even legal said that this was not okay, we should not be doing this, and that we would be liable for this, lets you know it will be lost once we get out there. This bill will be lost on a legal challenge because it's already been lost in legal in this building. And so, yeah, I think this amendment is the only option you have. It's you take it to the people. At this point, it's going to lose, which I'm actually okay with that. If you vote down this amendment, I'm totally okay with it going to the people, because part of what was stated was all of the money. If this lawsuit wins against the state and this bill is overturned, then all of the refund goes back plus interest. So I'm okay with us taking that route. I wouldn't mind a little bit of interest added on. Now, this amendment gets you out of this. This amendment is the only thing that will get this bill out of legal, out of a lawsuit. This actual, and I don't even know if the sponsor of the amendment knew it was that deep, but this is the only option, because it will be sued, it will lose, and we will get all of our refund back plus interest. So actually, I want you to vote no on this amendment.
Any further discussion on L008? Representative Richardson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I might not surprise folks that I agree with the folks from my caucus that have spoken today. A little bit earlier, we had a question asked about why we were clearly changing policy. That wasn't answered, and I know why, but the law can be confusing. Obviously, we got lawyers that argue both sides of every issue, but our Constitution is clear that if there is a tax policy change directly causing a net tax revenue gain, then it goes to the people, as this amendment calls for. When there is confusion about whether something might be a tax policy change or not, we are blessed with other lines in our Constitution. Within Section 20, the general provisions, it states, it is the preferred interpretation of Tabor that its measures shall reasonably restrain most growth in government. I think that's pretty clear. If there is a question, we default to not collecting money and not growing government. The whole purpose of this found money is to continue to grow our government. It has not been reasonably restrained. Was in a meeting in appropriations this morning where it was brought up and not a very pleasant discussion, and some very, I don't know, it was just not a very pleasant discussion when a sponsor was asked, and it wasn't really the sponsor's issue, but JBC member that was very concerned that after all the work that has been done, that a department within the state actually came up within 2 bills, that departments within the state, after lengthy work to find every bit of spare cash we had, were suddenly finding spare cash to pay for new bills. This is exactly that. We're trying to find spare cash or make it up out of whole cloth to pay new bills. Just interesting to see essentially the same argument being used in reverse just an hour later. But our Constitution is clear. When it comes to things Tabor, like this amendment, we should err towards that reasonably restrains the growth of government. That's what this amendment does. It reasonably puts it in the hands of the people. Let them vote. I know how I would. I think I know how the majority would vote. But let's pass this amendment. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Chair. Just to reemphasize what my colleague read, I think it is a significant change in the tax policy when we have a set of rules, when we have rules to the game, and then you change it mid-game. That's a pretty significant change. Now, one thing that I did want to note, because, well, one, you have $300 million, roughly. And I think we have around 4 million voters. So that's around $75 per voter. And if we went back to the $4 billion of surplus that we had a long time ago, that would be about $1,000 per voter. So Colorado citizens, tax widgets of Colorado, just know that the overtaxation that was one time $4 billion that would have netted you a return in that overtaxation because of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights that the General Assembly tries to dismantle every year, has reduced that down to a whopping $75. So this is really a great exercise in what the General Assembly has done to the citizens of Colorado. It has reduced a $1,000 per voter per year refund due to the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, and it has reduced it to $75. Now it wants that $75 back. Because here's what it says. Request R2 argues that the entire amount of the refund last year, or 24-25 refund, was an over refund, and that over refund was due to HR 1. So citizens of Colorado, consider this, that the only reason that you received a refund of, just roughly an average, roughly averaging that out of $75 down from $1,000 is because of HR 1. And now what is the General Assembly trying to do? What is the majority of the General Assembly trying to do? They are trying to rake that back. They have to rake that back. The governor has to rake back that money because they want you to have they want no overtaxation, considered to be no overtaxation under the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, so that when they come to you and they say, why do we have this Taxpayer Bill of Rights, you're not getting a refund anyways. And so remember, the reason that you have the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, yes, so you get a refund when the General Assembly overtaxes you, which is, it would never consider that it overtaxes you because there is no limit to the amount of taxes. But the only reason that we can even offer this amendment is because the Taxpayer Bill of Rights requires that any significant change in tax policy go back to the citizens of Colorado. That is what they want to get rid of. They want to take your money without asking. They want to take your money without asking. They want to increase your taxes without asking. And this is just more proof. Voting this down is just more proof of why they hate the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, because they want to take more of your money without asking. They want this to go through quietly. They want to go back into your pockets, reach way deep into your pockets, all of them. See what they can find. If they can't find it in your pockets, they'll go for your couch cushions. They'll go for whatever they have to. And then they'll start going after the pennies. Yep, I'm gonna have to bring my penny jar back out here. I mean, that was the only serious effort to balance the budget in recent years. So this is a referendum that matches the Taxpayer Bill of Rights that says the General Assembly, if it's going to make a significant tax change, policy change, which the significant tax policy change is to completely blow off the rules in the tax policy that we say we follow. To go back only so they can go back and rake back the money that was saved and put back into the economy by that big, beautiful bill. Because the General Assembly, the sponsors of this bill, are saying the citizens of Colorado should have gotten nothing back and liked it. Because they will not be happy until you have nothing.
Representative Garcia Sander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I love this amendment. So I've mentioned it before. I used to have a bumper sticker next to my desk that said, to frighten a child, do to and not with. To enlighten a child, do with and not to. People like to be asked. They like to be involved in their decisions. And almost 3/4 of the voting public in Colorado likes TABOR, the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, and they like it because they want to be asked. It's not saying that they'll say no. We've seen school districts get bonds passed. We've seen municipalities get mill levies raised and bonds passed. People just want to be asked. So this amendment is simply taking it to the voters to ask them. Choices are important. People like to have choices. To frighten the public, do to and not with. To enlighten the public, do with and not to. Words to live by.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe we should just bring it back to talking points that maybe we can all understand. Let's talk abortion. Let's talk Amendment 79.
Let's talk about L008.
We're getting there, Mr. Chair.
Okay, please
Amendment
stick to it.
79, overwhelmingly, we love abortion in this state. The taxpayers said yes to abortion. Let's do abortion. Let's fund it from the taxpayers. What if we said, let's not have taxpayer-funded abortion anymore? I'm sure we would want to take that to the voters. I'm sure we would want to run a referendum. That is what we're doing for TABOR. I'm just trying to put it so you guys on the left can understand where we're coming from. TABOR, Taxpayer Bill of Rights, was overwhelmingly voted for by the taxpayers in all of our districts. Like you say abortion was, although it wasn't in mine. Or Penrose, they didn't vote for that either. So The voters should get to vote for you stealing their refunds, not the Golden Dome, because they are sick of you stealing their refunds. They would like their refunds. Just like if we were trying to take abortion rights away from people, they would want to vote on that. So I'm just trying to wrap it up with a pretty little bow. The people should be able to vote on you taking away their taxpayer bill of right refunds. Maybe that helps. You're welcome.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If members are very, very upset about the loss of refunds, my suggestion is you take it up with the Republicans in Congress because it is their fault.
Representative DeGraff.
Okay, citizens of Colorado, you heard it. It is the fault of the signers of H.R. 1 that you got a refund at all. That you got a refund, it is only due to that H.R. 1. Now, that did some crazy things, like no tax on tip, no tax on overtime. No what? Able-bodied people doing able-bodied things like work. Canceling Medicaid fraud. The things that this state really stands for. Medicaid fraud. Able-bodied people just sponging off the citizens of Colorado, not contributing. Not contributing from each according to his ability, to each according to his need. Crazy things. The only reason, citizens of Colorado, the sponsors just told you the only reason you got a refund, and it's right here, request R2 argues that the entire amount of the 24-25 refund is an over refund. It is only, there is only a refund. There is only a recognition of overtaxation by the Taxpayer Bill of Rights because we still have a Taxpayer Bill of Rights. And as you can see, the General Assembly, the majority party of the General Assembly will go after whatever money they can find wherever they can find it, including raking it back out of your pockets. So if you're curious where you stand on the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, this is a good example. If you're concerned about this and you think, yeah, that should come to the voters, you only have that option of going to the voters to ask. And why do they hate that about the Taxpayer Bill of Rights? Because overwhelmingly the citizens of Colorado vote that they don't want more taxes. So that's why you get more fees. Now, fees are just taxes that identify as something different, but they're still taxes. And then they say, well, a fee is something that you get for a service. So they contrive a service to charge a fee because they want to just actually charge a tax. So you contrive a service that you didn't know you needed in order to charge you a fee. Because the Taxpayer Bill of Rights protects you from taxation without your permission. And the citizens of Colorado overwhelming. So this is why they don't want to take this to the citizens of Colorado, because the citizens of Colorado overwhelmingly say, no, you tax us enough. You've taxed us enough. Now, citizens of Colorado, I can guarantee you they do not believe that they have taxed you enough. Getting rid of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights is their dream. Not for an election year, but for the subsequent year, after the election year. They're not going to run on killing that Taxpayer Bill of Rights this year. They're going to wait till next year if they're allowed to. Because they hate the idea that they have to come to the citizens of Colorado, who they supposedly represent, and ask for the ability to raise taxes. As long as you have money, they're not going to be happy. So a $4 billion surplus that would have netted you $1,000 has, through the whittling, the death by 1,000 cuts, been reduced to about $75 per individual. and now they want it back. Now they want it back. So, well, I think we ought to continue the conversation on this. I just do want to know, Chair, that I will be asking for we don't have to stop discussion now, but I will be asking for a division on this because I do want to know where the General Assembly stands on whether the citizens of Colorado should be asked about significant changes in tax policy, or they should be asked about significant raises in revenue. And this is both. So again, I don't know if my colleagues have anything more to say. To the citizens of Colorado, the only reason you got a refund is because of H.R. 1. The majority party, the governor wants it back.
Representative Brooks.
Chair, thank you. Since my colleague asked, and since he's shown an inclination to be curious about what taxpayers in Colorado want, since he's shown a modicum of wafer-thin amount of interest or concern about what actual taxpayers of Colorado want, I just figured I'd come up with results of a very highly, admittedly unscientific poll. There was another Tabor tax grabbing item that I heard in committee last night. It will be coming here soon. And typically what ends up happening when a bill passes out of committee, as this one did, somebody will make a social media post. Yay, my bill passed. Actually, so what I went through and I looked at the comments on that bill passing committee. And there are upwards of 40 comments, and there were 2 that said, hey, great job. Everybody else basically said, stop stealing our money. The math on it was 0.047, so less than 5%. Admittedly, highly unscientific poll. It's scientific enough for me. Less than, you were there. Less than 5%. Less than 5% favorability. Less than 5% of people said nice job. 95% of people said shame on you. We want our taxpayer Bill of Rights to stand. We want our money. Manage your own money. Figure out how to live within your means. I could go through. Actually, the comments were very rude. It made me uncomfortable. I had to stop reading. They were so, made my stomach turn. That's what Colorado thinks of stuff like this. If we show a shred of concern for what the taxpayers actually want.
Any further discussion? Representative Barron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to come up here to say that I support this amendment. This is very obvious. But I wanted to touch on some comments like H.R. 1 and Congress is to blame for what we're in right now. Totally false. I don't know if you remember last session, a few of my members and myself, I remember this, and there's a video on my social media that I have receipts, that we came up here and we said, this is all before H.R. 1 is even passed. It was being contemplated, it was being discussed in Congress, and I remember saying, H.R. 1 is a big tax cut for the citizens of the United States of America, including Colorado, which is a state in the United States of America. Why are we overspending? We are going to be in a bigger deficit next session, this was last session, if we overspend. Do not do this. H.R. 1 is going to pass. You were warned. You knew it was coming, and guess what? This body did it anyway. And now that it did happen, what is this body doing? Talk to the Republicans in Congress in Washington, D.C. No. That is unfair because we were told this last session this was going to happen. This amendment is very important to the taxpayers' Bill of Rights. Because if we're going to take back those tax refunds from the citizens,
They should have a say on it. We should have a say on it. This includes you, everybody here in this chamber. We should have a say on it. Now, if you want to give your taxes to a certain cause, to a certain program, you're more than welcome to do so. But not everybody can afford it. Not everybody can. This is why it's important for the voters in this amendment to be able to decide if they want their surplus to be taken back. And this is why a lot of the people, more than 70% of the state, have approval of 70% of the taxpayers' Bill of Rights because of this. So I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Any further discussion on L008? Representative, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, Basenecker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
Members, I've been listening to the discussion, and I appreciate the conversation around things that are popular or deeply unpopular with folks in our state. I also appreciate the sentiment of this amendment where we are asking the voters what they want. And the clear line of reasoning that's being made, or at least I understand it, is that we should do what the voters want us to do. I might be paraphrasing the argument a bit, but you'll forgive the simplicity for the sake of an argument here. And I love that argument. I just wish we had made it, or at least certain elected officials had been somehow bound by that argument prior to casting their vote to H.R. 1. It's pretty clear when you look at the timeline what we had in projected Tabor refunds the minute before H.R. 1 was signed into law, and what happened to our state the minute after H.R. 1 was signed into law. Now you can say, maybe they didn't know. Maybe no one told them. I was there for the interim process where we discussed with each and every department what would happen if H.R. 1 was signed into law. I went so far as to ask a question on the mic. Have all of our congressional representatives received this information? Has my congressman, CD2, received this information? Yes, he did. Has the congressman from CD8 received this information? Yes, he has. What about the congresswoman from CD4? Has she received this information? Yes, she has. In fact, Larimer County's Health and Human Services director was there and said, we have reached out to her office numerous times, as we have from the good representative from CD8. What was the response? The response was a yes vote on legislation that is deeply unpopular with the electorate. That's not my polling, that's not just conjecture. That's a poll from an organization that typically does not align with values of the Democratic Caucus, a news channel that a lot of people watch on the regular. That information is out there. Now you might ask, what are the impacts of H.R. 1? Why should we be talking about that? Well, it's clear. The impacts to health care in our state were very clear to us if you attended those interim processes. But even if you didn't, you just need to listen to what our health care providers are telling us. What about the impact of SNAP benefits and other vital services? The impacts are clear. What about the impacts to Tabor refunds? The impacts were clear. This is not hidden away. This is something that was made very clear to each and every one of us downstream of a decision that we had no input on other than to plead our case to our congressional delegation to please don't do this. And what did they do? They said, thank you very much for that information. We're going to pass the tax bill anyway. Now, where did that money go? Did it go back into the pockets of Coloradans? No. Well, maybe it did if you're ultra wealthy. But if it went back in your pocket, I would ask you, where's your Tabor refund? It's not coming. And that was not a decision by this body. That was a decision by your federal government and your federal administration. That was the values they put forward. They have the majority. They could vote that through. So if we want to talk about what is popular or unpopular, let's start with why we're in this mess in the first place. And it has nothing to do with this body and everything to do with the downstream effects that happened because of a federal administration that prioritized certain individuals over the average Coloradan who might have otherwise received a Tabor refund. It is clear. If you want your Tabor refund, make a different decision when it comes to that point. But this body will continue to act responsibly with the dollars we have, ensuring that when there are impacts of legislation that is passed, such as H.R. 1, that bleed backwards into tax years before this one, that we will make that adjustment. That is what we are obligated to do. Nobody in your federal delegation was obligated to make that yes vote. They chose that. And when they chose that, it had the impact on Tabor refunds that you are seeing today. We can disagree about whether or not you like that, but what is not up for debate is how that happened and why that happened. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
I appreciate the animation. So, request R2 argues the entire amount of the fiscal year 24-25 refund was an over refund. Why? Because of H.R. 1. So if 100% of any refund that went out to Coloradans was because of H.R. 1, and then the Speaker Pro Tem is advocating that you would have gotten a refund without H.R. 1, I'm not sure that maths correctly. Oh, no, wait, it does not. 100% of 300 million is 300 million. Request R2 argues that the entire amount of the fiscal year 24-25 was an over refund due to H.R. 1. What does that say? The only reason. The only reason is because of H.R. 1. The only reason that $300 million went back into the economy at roughly at an average of $75 per person. Now, I don't know how that factors out with the Tabor refund, but we have 4 million voters, so how it all goes back, it goes back, but it goes back into the economy. And what happens when it goes into the economy? It gets spent. And what happens when it gets spent? It goes and it gets spent again, and it gets spent again, and it continues to go around the economy until the General Assembly takes a little bit off the top with every transaction until it's gone. So ultimately, the General Assembly did get that money back. It did come back because that money just goes out and gets spent. It gets spent and it transfers. So if you have 5% sales tax, you spend that dollar, 95 cents goes to the next person, and then 91 cents goes to the next person. And then 87 cents goes to the next person. And pretty soon, that dollar is zero. Why? Because the entire dollar has been subsumed by the General Assembly. But the only reason that we had to have that dollar go through the economy fractionally about 20 times before it was siphoned, it was vacuumed into this fiscal vacuum, that is because of H.R. 1. Request R2 says it, argues. It makes the argument that the entire amount of the 2024 refund was an over refund because of H.R. 1. You, tax widgets of Colorado, did not deserve that. That's the governor's position. That's the majority party's position. You did not deserve any of that money back. And you will never deserve to have any of that money back because, as you note, they had already reduced the overtaxation consideration to zero. And that is not enough. They've taken that overtaxation of $1,000 per year and reduced it to zero. They have increased your taxes in that time frame by that $1,000 per year. So when you consider that, what you used to get in a refund because of overtaxation by the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, that has been feed into oblivion. Fees for feels. The only reason that that there were refunds, that there were $300 million that were infused into the economy was because of H.R. 1. And boy, the weeping and gnashing of teeth over you having any money in your pockets is incredible. One federal audit, $285 million. Wow, we're almost there. One federal audit uncovered $285 million worth of fraud in one department. Then there was another $40 million in ride fraud. And then for 10 years in 10 counties, they've been charging $600 for a $60 wheelchair push or ride. For 10 years. How much is that? I don't know. They haven't figured it out yet. Probably because the AG is not forthcoming in allowing this fraud to be uncovered.
Please bring it back to L008.
So thank you, Chair. I appreciate the reminder that we want to talk about L008 because we should be going back to the taxpayer and asking them, do you think it's more important for you to get, for H.R. 1 to have infused $300 million into the economy, or should the General Assembly protect, in this one department, $350 million worth of fraud? $300 million into the economy, $350 million worth of fraud and campaign contributions, taking the opportunity to take campaign contributions. The Tabor refund was sent out. That's the problem. He said, where are your Tabor refunds? They're being sent out. That's why their governor is trying to rake them back. The entire amount of the refund is an over-refund because of H.R. 1. The only reason you got to that there was $300 million reinfused back into the economy to spin around until the General Assembly siphoned it off, taxed it off, drained the energy off of those dollars, one transaction at a time, is because of H.R. 1. And the General Assembly is mad. So yes, I agree with Speaker Pro Tem. If you want a different outcome, you need to make a different decision. If you want to be asked if you're okay with being taxed more, you definitely have to make a different decision. If you want overtaxation to be returned to you and your family, where we had $1,000, I don't know if anybody could use, I guess nobody could even use $1,000 per person per year out of a $4 billion surplus. Because the General Assembly decided that for the greater good, which we know from history never is, that they would siphon that off one fee at a time. One good intention at a time. That $1,000 average siphoned off one bill at a time, because they want to kill your Taxpayer Bill of Rights. They don't want to ask you if they can tax you more. They don't want to have to ask you if you would like to keep your money. You have to listen to the schemes in this building as to how they intend to get more money out of you. I think the problem with the fees is they're running out of the creativity and how to fee more. So now they need to go back to taxes. And the only way to get more money out of the citizens of Colorado is this. Because they've obviously maxed themselves out. Because as per the request, R2, the entire amount of the 2024 refund was an over refund because of H.R. 1. The only reason, per the request, is because we still have a taxpayer Bill of Rights unless you make the wrong decision in November.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do want to bring back Speaker Pro Tem's words because, first, they were false, but second, because he said something important in the process. Here's what's happening. He said the moment before H.R. 1 was signed, we had our Tabor refunds sitting there waiting, and H.R. 1 tore this apart. Not true. What we had sitting there was $1.5 billion of debt, a circling hole that we were being sucked into by this side of the aisle, not this side of the aisle, because of the policies. We have been growing in this debt over and over. It's not our fault. We're not the ones passing the continuous budget building. And then you're also not include $4 billion of certificate of participation, which are also called loans. So we would continue to build this, and so then H.R. 1 comes along. Do you realize across the United States right now that every citizen in the United States, save a couple of states, are 11% better off because of H.R. 1? These are actual real numbers. These aren't made up stuff. These real numbers are 11% of the country is, the entire country, 11% better off, except Colorado. Why? Because we came back and we attacked H.R. 1 by taking tax cuts away from people, taking the tax cuts for overtime. We took it back. Why? Because you can't let people in Colorado have 11% benefit. We're not allowed to grow 11% in Colorado in a positive way. We're not allowed to have 11% extra money. So we took all this stuff back. And then on top of that, we took taxpayer dollars and propped up Planned Parenthood. Why? Because that is the agenda of this side of the aisle. Take your money away, prop up Planned Parenthood. That's what the special session accomplished. So we could be 11% further along, but the day before H.R. 1 was signed, and we're about to get all of these tax cuts, we are $1.5 billion in the hole. This is a farce that's being presented here, that somehow H.R. 1 is the problem. H.R. 1 is benefiting everybody but Colorado because we came and tore it down systematically to make sure we don't get those tax cuts, we don't get those benefits, but we're going to spend extra money on our ideological push of Planned Parenthood. That's what special session did. So don't say that somehow H.R. 1 did this. The only thing H.R. 1 did is give opportunity for the rest of the country to have 11% benefit, but not Colorado, because we have this crowd taking care of that.
Any further discussion on L008? Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to also talk a little bit about H.R. 1. When we talked about the JBC and their findings, we were told Medicaid in our state is growing at 8.8%. It is unsustainable. It is 3 times the growth of inflation because we have cast a wide net and included people that were never intended to be on Medicaid. And with that comes the people that actually deserve to be on Medicaid losing the benefits that they so desperately need. Medicaid was always intended to be a swing, not a hammock, but the state continues. And then we want to blame H.R. 1 for making it a swing again instead of making it the hammock that the state of Colorado wants. H.R. 1 is curbing the growth of mandatory spending programs like Medicaid. And why are they doing it? Because in the state of Colorado alone, we have found fraud, so much fraud, $285 million in only one federal audit of our HCPF program. The Applied Behavioral Analysis, ABA for Autism Therapy, a 2026 HHS Office of Inspector General found $78 million in improper fee-for-service Medicaid payments for ABA services for children. Non-emergent medical transportation in 2023, we found $25 million in abnormal billing over 4 months. And capitation payments to managed care organizations, almost $4 million in allowable payments for deceased enrollees. We paid $4 million to dead people. And we want to blame HR 1 for these problems. Stop.
Representative, if you could bring it back to L008.
I'm bringing it back, but we keep coming up here and allowing people to talk about HR 1. The reason that HR 1 is stopping the fraud in Colorado. And then we want to blame the taxpayers of Colorado. Medicaid was never intended to be a hammock. Let's bring it back to a swing and let the disability community get what they were intended to deserve, the actual services. Stop blaming the federal government for our overspending problems in Colorado.
Any further discussion on L008? Members, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L008. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please sit and remain seated. All those in favor of Amendment L008, please stand and remain standing in one place, or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. Amendment L008 is lost. Back to the bill. Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, I want to echo some of the concerns that my side of the aisle has made, especially when it comes to HR 1. I think that we should also understand that while we talk about the cuts that this bill brought to the state. We should also note that people, especially in Colorado, have been receiving bigger federal refunds. With that, for example, no tax on overtime and tip, which we decoupled last session here at the state. There is a higher senior deduction. There is a car loan interest deduction. There's a higher standard deduction. There's an increase in SALT caps, and there's an increase in child tax credit. So we have been seeing people who are filing their taxes, getting their money back, getting a bigger refund altogether. So to say that HR1 is deeply unpopular, I think that as people see their returns come in, we're seeing a lot of these views actually be changed. That being said, I do worry about kind of what the bill has structured does. And generally, I think it could potentially violate GAP, and it could also lead to lawsuits. We know that when the state gets sued, especially when it goes up to the Supreme Court, that we could potentially be losing more money in the long run. And so with that, I move amendment or L003 to 1419 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Please give us a moment to display the amendment. Tell us about L003, Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in Section 1A, HR 1 of the 119th Congress had a significantly negative impact on Colorado's financial outlook. So it replaces significantly negative impact on financial outlook with reduced state income tax revenue for tax year 2025 and the state fiscal years 24-25 and 25-26. The current phrasing is subjective, and so HR 1's reduced the state's effective tax rates, which is good for consumers and businesses, which may result in increased state revenue in the future. And then Section 1B strike some provisions of it. And so in the JBC memo put it best. The governor's requests indicate that there is not sufficient time and information to analyze the impact prior to the September certification. It is the staff's understanding that the information could not have been included at all. Regardless of whether HR 1 was signed on July 4th or December 31st, accounting standards assess that the revenue impact of tax policy changes must be occurred 25-26 because it is signed into law after fiscal year 24-25 ended. And it also strikes 1F provision in the bill. And with that, I would just say I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Any further discussion? Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no vote. I appreciate the attempt, but we were quite thoughtful with the language included in our legislative declaration and prefer to keep it.
Any further discussion on L008? Seeing none, members, the question before us is the pass. 3, my bad. Members, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L003. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The noes have it. L003 is lost. Back to the bill. Representative Brooks.
Chair, thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
I appreciate that. And I do recognize it is a dry humor, and that's a compliment. There has already been a bit of discussion, accusation towards HR 1, timing of which I think is not conducive to trying to support an argument that that is the problem. Our structural deficits, our issues, our concerns, our inability to be able to balance things consistently, or the struggle to do so, pre-existed HR 1. But we cannot just now conveniently blame Washington, D.C., or shouldn't also then just say, okay, well, because we're just going to compound it, we're just going to make things even worse. I move L002 to House Bill 1419, ask that it be properly displayed. Do you have this already? Most likely, yeah. Ledge deck.
To the amendment, Representative Brooks.
Chair, thank you. Strike pages on page 2, strike lines 2 through 15, strike page 3. It basically strikes a ledge deck. Why? It's because in a ledge deck, there are pretty much all of the accusations, all of the conversation that we've heard yet so far about HR 1 being the problem, about HR 1 being the reason why we can't have nice things. Why we have to then take 300 million of Tabor taxpayer Bill of Rights checks from hardworking families of Colorado. It's just simply not true. Our state budget, the one that we work on and pass, relied far too heavily on one-time federal stimulus dollars. I worked as a commission salesperson for a long, long time. Long time. And I'll tell you, I hit a pretty big, landed a pretty big deal. It was phenomenal, actually. My commission checks for a couple of months were stupid. They were so big. What did I not do? I didn't go out and buy a Ferrari. I could have afforded for 2 months a Ferrari, easily, with the commission checks that I was making. But why did I not go out and buy a Ferrari? Because I knew that those commission checks would not continue. That I knew at some point that money would go away. It was not a stable source of revenue. Because sure enough, media company I worked for adjusted my budget. Then the big commission checks went away. Had I bought the Ferrari, they would have had to come and load it up on the back of a truck and repo it, take it away. I decided not to overspend my ability, my financial stability, because of some one-time dollars. We did here. We relied too heavily on ARPA. We relied too heavily on one-time federal stimulus dollars to get us through the fake-demic time. Our own choices, the ones that we actually made right here, particularly policy choices around energy and business sectors, have been the primary factors in suppressing revenue, suppressing investment. We, not H.R. 1, can congratulate ourselves for pretty much single-handedly crippling oil and gas. Washington and H.R. 1 did not cause, I will admit, perhaps maybe shined a light on some bad budget practices, but did not cause the shortfall that was actually created right here by state spending, policy decisions, and tax policy. I mean, after all, if Colorado's budget is functional only during the times when Washington, D.C. never changes tax code, then our state was never truly in a stable budget position. If we rely on the stability of Washington not tinkering with tax code, our budget is not functional. We should not treat a revenue adjustment as crisis proof that was actually a deficit constructed right here with our hands, with our votes, with our little fingers hitting that green button for tax policy that has single-handedly crippled Colorado. If we want to have an honest discussion about the need for dollars, let's do that. But let's do that within the context of the decisions that we've made here and not have some crisis proof manufactured about how it is somebody else's fault, that it's Washington's fault. Take a little responsibility. I mean, just a little bit. Come on now. It's a good amendment. Vote yes.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank my colleague for his engagement on this bill. I think this amendment would strike the entire ledge deck, and the ledge deck clearly lays out why we are here. H.R. 1. Before H.R. 1 passed, we had a budget surplus, and we were paying for things like the senior homestead exemption out of that surplus as a Tabor refund mechanism. H.R. 1 reduced our revenue, drove us under the Tabor cap 3 days after the fiscal year started, and then that homestead exemption turned into a general fund liability. So it absolutely had an impact on our budget, and this legislative declaration establishes the history of why we're here and why this bill is necessary. We are correcting an error that was caused by the federal government. We are correcting an error in the way that we account in Colorado. So we ask for a no vote.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. The memo that we got says, given the constraints described above, passage of H.R. 1 did not cause an over-refund of revenue for fiscal year 2024-2025. The fiscal year 2024-2025 refund was certified in accordance with Tabor statute and state accounting rules, resulting in a clean opinion of the certification from the Office of the State Auditor. Plain and simple, it says it was given to us as a memo. That's what we usually go by. We usually thank the staff for providing these, and now we're saying no, and we've included that in the ledge deck. I say strike the ledge deck, go by what the staff has given us, and support this amendment. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Once again, I think it's great that we're acknowledging that the only reason that citizens got money back was from H.R. 1. And the citizens of Colorado should note how mad that makes the majority party, and how many of the majority party consider that you should have a say in your taxation. Spoiler alert, it was 0. The General Assembly finds that H.R. 1 had a significant negative impact on Colorado's financial outlook. Not back look, outlook, forward look. Not back. Wasn't hindsight. Signed into law July 4, 4 days after the end of the fiscal year, which meant that there was insufficient time to adjust the revenue accruals, because what did they do? What happened during our special session, our extraordinary session? They're called extraordinary sessions, but I guarantee you they are just extraordinary sessions. They're just more tax, spend, debt. Business as usual for an extra week every year. I don't know if we have one scheduled yet. It's probably on there. I've already heard hints of it. So let's see, what did we have last year, 2025, in the budget process? Maybe we need to go back and we need to listen to all of the I told you so's. If you do this, you are going to lose money because, well, H.R. 1 was still floating out there. It wasn't signed, but we knew there were going to be ramifications, and here it is. Like, maybe you shouldn't spend all that money. Maybe you shouldn't count all your chickens before they're hatched. Maybe you shouldn't count all the tax dollars before you rip it out of the pockets of the citizens of Colorado. Maybe. Time after time down in the well, this is not going to go well. You're going to lose revenue. There's going to be penalties. Nope. Spend it. Spend it. Sign that bill. We knew the COVID money. You knew. I wasn't here. You knew the COVID money was temporary. Those trillions of dollars that were manufactured out of thin air, fiat currency pumped into the I won't say into the economy of Colorado, into the economy of the United States, because pumping in 30% extra dollars only devalued currency by about 25%. That's all it did. It decreased your buying power. It caused inflation. Why can't you afford a house now? Well, besides the overregulation and taxation by the majority party, losing 25% of your buying power in 4 years is difficult to recover from. I don't know many people who got a 25% raise out of Bidenomics. But that came with a big I told you so. You can't just print money out of thin air and not have ramifications. Things that can't go on forever, don't. This is one of those things that can't go on forever, and it hasn't. So instead of coming to terms with the fact of overspending, chronic overspending, the solution of the General Assembly is to reach deeper into your pockets and then get upset about a request to ask the citizens of Colorado if maybe they would like to keep something in their pockets. So yeah, we're talking about who in Colorado thinks you should have $1,000 refunded to you every year versus zero. This side thinks 1,000 back to you would be good. This side says zero is too much. Now I understand we had a couple speakers yesterday speaking the language of colonizers of Colorado, and that can be uncomfortable. And I know I'm speaking fiscal responsibility, which is a foreign language to most of you. So I understand that probably makes you a little uncomfortable. But we're not talking about thoughtful and creative ways to balance the budget. This is talking about reaching into the pockets of the citizens of Colorado, rooting around, seeing what you can find, and pulling it out. COVID money was going to end. Forgot about that part, that temporary, it's supposed to be temporary funding, but you just figured it was going to go on forever. You figured we could just print more money. We had a $4 billion surplus. Last year, we weren't going in with a surplus. We were going in, we had a special extraordinary session to add taxes, debt, and spending to a $1.5 billion deficit. That's why we came in for the extraordinary session. And we're going to have another extraordinary session this year. I guarantee it. Then there's the $4 billion in participation trophies. Certificates of participation, I'm sorry. Debt that identifies as not debt, but it's still debt and is managed by the Office of Debt Management. And something that's managed by the Office of Debt Management, I would probably consider debt. $1.5 billion after blowing $4 billion. We're talking $10 billion. $10 billion. So that's not just $1,000 per citizen, that's $2,000, that's $2,500 per citizen. So yeah, we're talking about real money at this point, aren't we? So the majority party has blown through an additional $2,500 per citizen that would otherwise go productively into the economy and go around the economy, around the economy, around the economy until it's siphoned off by sales tax, which fortunately here is relatively low, except for recent bills to try to raise it. Last year's budget, the majority party shut down any of the arguments that we had saying the day of reckoning is coming. You are not going to have this money. Instead, the spending party continued. And now the majority party is mad that the music stopped. There's no chairs. The entire amount of the refund was an over-refund because of HB1. The only reason that you got money back was because of HB1, and the majority party wants to fix that. And by fix, I mean take it. Is $75 per individual on average a lot? I don't know. That's for you to decide. It's not even so much how much it is, it's the principle. Because they've blown through $10 billion. That would have come back to you, $10 billion. About $5,000 per family per year if you just do rough math. And they can't wait to end it. Because they have so many good ideas. Because you can see our roads are awesome. Oh, wait. At health, oh, wait, no, we don't have that either. We just have $285 million worth of fraud. We could balance the budget by going and finding the fraud in one department instead of hiding it. But this caucus wants to take the opportunity instead to come after your income, your hard-earned income. Don't expect it to stop. The gaslighting about that we had a surplus last year, we had $1.5 billion deficit. We had a $4 billion blown through in surplus. And we had $4 billion more in participation certificates, trophies, whatever you want to call it. And there is absolutely nothing to indicate that trend is leveling off. It is going up exponentially. They will not be happy until you have nothing.
Any further discussion? AML Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate you, and I won't belabor the points of my colleagues. But at the end of the day, the narrative that H.R. 1 is blowing a hole in this budget is wholly untrue on face value. I think that it's not the whole truth. We're in a structural deficit. There's no doubt about that. We've been coming back special session after special session, trying to plug the holes of a structural deficit from overcommitting and overspending, which I don't think that we have a revenue problem. I think we have an overcommitting, an overspending, and a non-prioritization problem. And then on top of that, out of this building, we kill industry and jobs that bring money into this economy, that help raise this state up, and especially the cornerstone industries, like agriculture, energy. Those are huge economic drivers in the state. And then we talk about the overtime on tips and overtime tax. I mean, we have the tax on tips that was trying to be give a relief to that working group that needs it the most, and we pulled that from him. We pulled that from the mom, the waitress, who might need that couple extra dollars to put gas in the tank. And I know to some it don't seem like a lot, but that no tax on tips is huge to somebody making it paycheck to paycheck. Somebody that needed that little extra juice to get them through the end of the month. And then tax on overtime. Those are the extra works of labor that they go and they put in, and then we tax their overtime. So we've taxed overtime, we've taxed tips, and who, like I said, who does that generally hurt? The people that need it the most, the people that need that to add to their bottom dollar at the end of the month so they can have their bills paid, keep the electricity on, gas in the car, food on the table. And then I think the talk about gutting Medicaid, are we going to see some issues? There's no doubt there's going to be a few issues. But all they did was add work requirements. So Americans were all trying to pull the wagon in the same direction. And if you're able-bodied and you're able to either donate some time, work a few hours, be able to pitch into that American dream, I think it's huge. I think it's huge on the taxpayer, because if we're in this together to make a better country, I think people that are in it for those reasons are willing to throw in time and effort to push towards that same goal, the shining city on the hill. We were just talking about that yesterday when we were talking about a DOC bill, about how those inmates in that private prison, they wanted to use their hands to work and make some money and gain a skill. And I think if we try to push everybody to row in the same direction, I don't think it's wholly wrong to say you need these benefits. And there's a lot of people out there that do need these benefits, especially when we prioritize people that are non-citizens in front of citizens when it comes to getting some of these benefits. And that's what's hard for me, is because I think that at the end of the day, we watch Coloradans come through this building all the time. And they tell us how hard it is to pay for energy, how hard it is to pay for medical, how hard it is to pay for groceries, and then we prioritize people in front of them. And that goes to the priority issue I was talking about earlier. But then you do have people that need these benefits, and that's understandable, especially like in House District 47, is we kill good jobs and have nothing for them to step into to make the same kind of money, but empty promises. And we have the Office of Unjust Transition, who hasn't justly transitioned any good jobs into my district since they've pulled good jobs out. So I know people need these things, and I'm not against that. But to ask people to pitch in, whether it's donating some time at your Welcome Center or at your local soup kitchen, or to work a few hours to help as we move this all forward, I really think that it's unfortunate that we look at that as a bad thing. Everybody trying to row in some type of direction to try to make us all better and work. I don't see why anybody would think that's offensive whatsoever. This is a large conversation, and it's more nuanced than just the topics that I talked about now. But these are the things that everyday blue-collar workers are talking about in my district. These are discussions I have at roundtables and town halls. And this is what they're seeing on the street. And I think as we sit here and we politically pander back and forth and try to push the blame on each other, people are suffering. And they expect us to work together to get things done about it. But pulling more and more money out of their pocket, whether it's Tabor refunds or it's that extra couple dollars on their tips from when they were waitressing, or they're spending their time as a waiter trying to make a living, or taxing their overtime, I think that signals to them that we know what is best for them and how to spend their money. I think that's wholly unfair. Like I said, I think this conversation is more nuanced than that. With that, I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Rep. Wood Joe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
Members, having chaired the last hour and a half, I just have to make a few comments because for those in the gallery and those coming in who might have witnessed what we've been listening to, you might be a little confused. The word gaslighting was used to describe the majority party, and I just have to come down and say how deeply offensive that is. I don't know if folks forget who was president during COVID in 2020 when trillions of dollars were being spent. It was President Trump who was president in March of 2020 when the CARES Act was signed, a $2.2 trillion package. It was President Trump who was president in 2020 when PPP was initially funded with $350 billion, but then it became $669 billion. It was President Trump who was still president in December of 2020 when he signed a $900 billion COVID-19 relief package that was attached to a $1.4 trillion government funding bill, totaling $2.3 trillion. How quickly we forget who was president at the time, and how quickly we forget who's president today. On day 59 of the war with Iran that no one asked for, $64.8 billion in 59 days. That's on top of a $400 million ballroom. You want to talk about $300 million? That's 3/4 of one Trump ballroom. So yeah, I appreciate lectures on fiscal responsibility, and we all have to come together to be accountable. But we are restrained in this state from what we can invest in our communities. By Tabor, you ask, why couldn't we benefit 11%? Because Tabor caps how much we can benefit. Tabor says we can benefit by population times CPI. And that's not 11%. So it's a little rich, pun intended, to sit during these debates and be lectured to and scolded about fiscal responsibility from the party who supports the guy who has added over 25 cents out of every dollar that we currently have in our national debt. Now, I remember there was a president in the 90s who did leave his successor a surplus that was quickly squandered on military interventionism in the Middle East. If you want to come together and you want to solve problems, then we need to start from a place of common understanding and agreement on reality. And when we sit here in this chamber and we scold one another and say things that are patently untrue, knowing we're not going to get fact-checked. I've said it this well before. This is the one spot in Colorado protected by the speech and debate clause. You can say anything. There is no defamation here. You can get up and lie through your teeth, but you will be called on it eventually. So I really appreciate the minority party's concern. I appreciate that you don't want government to grow uncontrollably. I appreciate that you want smart investment. I appreciate that you want voter involvement. But when you come up here and you tell the majority party that you're the fiscally responsible ones, while at the same time ignoring the trillions, not billions, trillions. There's 1,000 billion in a trillion. When you come up here and you talk about $10 billion over 10 years, yeah, that's a problem. We got to get our spending in check. But when you come down here and you lecture us on fiscal responsibility, when you've shown none, you're going to get checked on that. And so for anyone listening at home who's wondered why we are in the fiscal state that we're in, it's because in 1990, before any of us were in this chamber, 1991, the voters got hoodwinked into passing this thing called the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. It caps how much we spend. It caps how much we're allowed to invest in our communities. It puts a serious restraint on how we are to invest in our schools, our hospitals, our roads, and our bridges. It says that any time you want to increase taxes, the party that tells us we are not a democracy, we are a republic, all of a sudden wants mob rule anytime it comes down to fiscal policy. Ask the voters. They'll tell you what they like and don't like, and magically, they never really like raising taxes. Lo and behold, it's shocking, isn't it? This is why we have representatives, so we can come down here. Imagine if you had a heart surgeon who was going to operate on you, but first you had to ask the voters what to do. We're down here in this room because some of us know what we're talking about from time to time. We have a JBC, a joint budget committee. It's bipartisan by law. They come down and they spend basically 10 months out of the year trying to reach a balanced budget. And yes, HR 1 blew it out of the water. And that might not be happy news for some of you. That might not be what you wanted. You might want to come and deny that it's a reality, but that's what happened. So yeah, we don't have a revenue problem, we have a spending problem. Mitch McConnell said it years ago. You keep repeating it often enough, I bet the lie becomes true. Fits nicely on a bumper sticker. It's easy to sell to voters who've been hoodwinked. But some of us know the truth. Some of us aren't afraid to tell the truth to the electorate. That Tabor is actually restraining our budget. Right, you say thank God because you like it. You like the fact that we underinvest in our communities. You like the fact that we have to go begging to voters to fund our schools, our hospitals, our roads, and our bridges.
Rep. Woodrow, can we please take it back to the amendment?
Yeah, the amendment is about the ledge deck, which talks about HR 1, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. And what we can do is we can have a side chatter all you want, or you can get back to the facts. The majority party has worked tirelessly to balance the budget every year I've been here. The minority party has come up with cuts that don't even come close to balancing our budget. What they do is they try to cut your education, they try to cut your higher ed, they try to cut your Medicaid. And yeah, we can have audits. No one likes waste, no one likes fraud, no one likes abuse. Unless it's being used to fund a $400 million ballroom. So I appreciate the lectures, I appreciate the scolding. I'm a no on this amendment, I'm a yes on this bill, because I actually believe in fiscal responsibility. And giving Tabor refunds right now, when the math doesn't math, to turn a noun into a verb if you want, isn't fiscally responsible. That's for a no vote on the amendment. Thank you.
Minority Leader Caldwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the same grace and latitude that the previous speaker just had on this amendment. So a few things I want to address. So number one is, there was a lot of talk about the Trump administration and COVID funds and all of that, which the states gladly took, by the way. I believe what my assistant minority leader was speaking to when he came up here previously was that with those one-time COVID funds, we took them, we created forever programs that created the structural deficit that we are in now. So when we talk about gaslighting and these other words, I believe what we're trying to convey is that we have not been the party in power for over a decade now. And so what we do with those one-time COVID spending that we got from President Trump's administration back during COVID is our responsibility. That's not necessarily the Trump administration's responsibility. They gave us this one-time funding. We took it. We created the structural deficit that we are now in. In 2019, our state budget was around $29 billion. We just passed a $46.8 billion budget. So, I'm not very good at math. One of my colleagues here is. But going from $29 billion in 2019 to now $46 billion, that is on us. That is our spending that this body did. We are the ones that passed those bills, created those programs, and drained that one-time funding, and now we are facing the deficit that we are in. Because guess what? Before H.R. 1 was signed on July 4th of last year, we were in a budget deficit before that. The session ended in May of 2025, and H.R. 1 was signed in July. So we are already facing $1 billion plus budget shortfall. And so we can keep saying that this is H.R. 1 and Trump administration, all that's fault, but it's our fault. That one-time funding we allocated and we spent and we created and bloated our government to now we're in a situation which we've been talking about for years. For my members who have been here for more than just a couple terms, they've been talking about this for years, that we are creating a structural deficit. And now we're here. Now we're here. We were here last year, and now we're here again. And if you talk to our members who handle and manage the finances on Joint Budget Committee, next year's going to be really bad too. So at what point do we rein this in? At what point do we rein it in and we address the structural deficit? Because we are very top heavy now. $29 billion in 2019, $46 billion this year. It is not a revenue problem. As we always say, it is a prioritization problem. We're spending more now than we ever did before, and we're having huge billion-dollar budget deficits year after year after year. And as far as the taxpayers' Bill of Rights go, I'm going to push back and say that I don't think the voters were hoodwinked. I think they enjoy having the right to decide if this body here is going to raise taxes on them. The most recent polling I saw on it is 70%. 70% popularity in Colorado. It's probably the single most popular thing in Colorado. So I don't think they were hoodwinked back in the early 90s. Tabor's been challenged, as far as I'm aware, around 36 times. And the voters rejected those challenges 69% of the time. So the voters continually, again and again, when they have a chance, they don't say, oh, well, we got hoodwinked back in the 90s, let's fix it now. No, they protect the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. So I don't think they were hoodwinked. And as far as this amendment goes, I'm a yes on this amendment.
Rep. Hartsook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So it's interesting. We've had a lot of debates in finance, and the JBC's had a lot of debates over the overall budget. We have consistently seen, I've been here for 4 years, I use the analogy frequently of living on your overtime pay. This state has been living on overtime pay of the funding from the federal government. It's not the federal government's job to fund what our state does. It's our job. However, when it comes to doing things, we consistently spend beyond and above our means. If you did that as a business, you go bankrupt. If you did that as a personal, you'll go bankrupt too. But what does the state do? The state will blame it on Tabor, or it will shift things around. Tabor has been challenged several times. Actually, Marshall Zelinger was just talking about this yesterday, of all things on Channel 9 News, how it is consistently defeated when they try to overturn it. So to state that the people, the population of Colorado has been hoodwinked is saying that they can't do that multiple years, decades now, since it was first passed. It consistently polls as the #1 top-rated amendment in the Constitution. Everybody likes Tabor. Why do they like Tabor? And where does the government get its money from? The taxpayers. It's called the Taxpayers' Bill of Rights. Why is that? Because we take the funding from the taxpayers to build things. Or we should be building things, like the roads, but we don't. We take the overtime pay from the government that was one-time COVID funding, and we create all kinds of new programs because the legislature and the governor decided that was their priorities. I sat here 4 years ago and argued, saying, you keep doing this, this money will run out, and then we will be in a budget crunch. I'm sure there's many members on the JBC, long before me, they could look down the road and came up with the same conclusion. No one, to include a government, a business, or a personal household, can continue spending beyond their means. And that is what we have consistently done. The Joint Budget Committee is comprised of Republicans and Democrats, House and Senate members. The JBC is responsible for trying to balance the budget. So when we hear that the majority party is the only one that does it, that balances the budget, I would push back and say there are Republican members on there in the House and Senate that help the JBC balance the budget. That's what they do. We have this session consistently seen numerous bills that attack Tabor. We've seen just yesterday Senate Bill 2642 that reclassified $64 million. We've had House Bills 1221, 22, 23, 1289 that attack businesses and change things in Tabor. 21, 22, and 23 collectively moved somewhere around $560 million across the board, just saying taxes to businesses. We shuffle money around in this building like it's a shell game. And then you wonder why people get upset. You wonder why the consumers out there are hurting. You wonder why our side comes up and argues and says, this is not a good way to go. Believe it or not, we represent nearly half the state out there. We come up here, we have small business owners, we have families, we have all kinds of people that tell us they are hurting. Yet the state continues to spend money not to help them create more in their business, not to help businesses grow. We keep increasing regulations. We keep doing things that hurt people, and then we blame it on Tabor. And then they say, Tabor's why we can't have nice things. I will say, Tabor's why the public can have their nice things, because there's very few mechanisms that allow the public to control the spending reins of the government, because the government otherwise would consistently increase taxes. To sit here and blame the federal government for things that are happening in this state is absurd. There's lots of things that we can argue about on the federal government, but we are state representatives, not U.S. representatives. Maybe we should stick to our job that belongs here in the state of Colorado and not the United States of America. Everyone, of course, would be free to run for a congressional seat and then go back in D.C. and argue their point. That's all fine and well. Right now, we need to focus on what's going on in D.C., or focus on what's going on in Colorado. I'm always amazed when I get emails and phone calls. Do something either about what's going on in D.C., for or against. And then we have to remind them I am a state representative, not a U.S. representative. I have no control over foreign policy. I have no control over the federal budget. I have no control over anything that goes on in D.C. Just like you, I can call our federal delegation, voice my concerns, give them my thoughts. Then they promptly say thank you, and then they go do their job. And then I march right back here, and I do my job. I appreciate when there's debate and people go back and forth as to how do we fund things. But our side will not be silenced because we disagree with how the funding goes. During the special session, there was a lot of debate going on. And this body ended up passing Senate Bill 25B-001. That piece of legislation, I voted no, that piece of legislation gave the governor budgeting authority. Start saying out where they want to hack on. The purse strings belong to the legislature. The purse strings belong in this legislative body. Here in the House and down the hallway in the Senate, we decide the budget. We decide what things will be spent on, what things will not be spent on. The governor can ask. The governor can push. The governor is in the majority party. The governor can leverage people. But the governor does not have the constitutional authority, until we gave it to him, to set the budget. If it was a Republican governor, I wouldn't want them to have that authority either. That resides in this chamber. That is our responsibility. Because we are the representatives. We are the ones that hear from constituents in our districts and frequently in other districts that are concerned about their roads, the potholes that they hit going to work, going to their kids' games, that knock out the front end alignment, give them a flat tire that they got to go spend money to fix on. The government should be working on the infrastructure so people can drive down a road without getting their teeth chattered out. But that doesn't happen in this state because we've ignored, as a body, the maintenance of the infrastructure. When the federal government passes down tax cuts and other states have taken advantage of it and they've spurred building and infrastructure and construction, things get better. Here we continually hammer away at businesses with regulations and taxes. And then we wonder why businesses leave, and then we lose revenue, and wow, we are sinking lower and lower and lower. So how on earth do we expect to continue to get revenue when we take it out on the businesses and the taxpayers? And now we want to tell them, oh, let's go back and pull back some money. It never ceases to amaze me how people, when they get elected, just think that we can take the money and spend it as we see fit. We have a fiduciary responsibility to not only spend it wisely, but to spend it to help make the state better. Now, we can have a debate over things that we believe make the state better, and I will argue all day long that infrastructure and businesses should be at the top of the priority because that's what gets people to work, that's what gets people to producing income, producing issues, resolving problems that are out there, and generating more revenue. Instead, we've done the reverse here. We have hammered the daylights out of businesses and consequently reduces our revenue flow. But we keep increasing the budget of what we're spending. Again, if you ran a business or your family budget like that, you would be bankrupt. But we say, let's just get rid of Tabor. This legislative body wants to find ways around everything and say that Tabor's a problem. Yet the people consistently say, I like my Tabor, not once, not twice, not 3 times, dozens of times, dozens of polls. Over and over and over again, they say, I want my taxpayer Bill of Rights. And over again in this chamber, we argue about ways that some folks want to take away the taxpayer Bill of Rights. They keep going after what we are trying to save for the public. Our side of the aisle, just like every member in this body, whether Republican or Democrat, can get passionate about their issues. They get up here, and they here at the podium in the committees will argue vehemently about their beliefs, their passions for what they want to fund. And that's fine. We sit and we see, it's been talked about the bad things that are going around the world. I would submit to you that if we don't find a better way to communicate, you're going to find far worse things happening here. We have talked extensively about the level of hatred and violence that's out there. We hear it all the time in this chamber, but it only seems to matter when there's a certain talking point. It permeates everything that we do. Whatever we're debating, whatever we're working on in committee, the public hopefully is watching and paying attention. Unfortunately, sometimes bad lessons are learned out there. People just spend money. People get angry and they take it out on somebody else. That is neither helpful nor productive. If we do not find a way to live within our means, both as a government and businesses with what we have, we will find ourselves repeatedly at this well arguing over these same points and getting nowhere. We keep telling businesses and people, tighten your belts, but the government here in Colorado keeps growing. That's both hypocritical and counterproductive, because we are all in this together. I would suggest we find a way to work together. I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Rep. Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's a lot packed into this simple amendment, apparently. Before I get to the amendment, but I think consistent with the discussion we've had, the last time I recall passionate discussion about changing our Constitution because the voters were hoodwinked was when the Gallagher Amendment was removed. When we removed the Gallagher Amendment, what that precipitated was a property tax crisis. Removing Tabor will result in another crisis, another amount of overspending and overtaxation, and it will be responded to by the public in the same way. So it would be better if we do not. Gallagher was wise, it did its job. Tabor is wise, it does its job. But the amendment itself strikes the declaration, the legislative declaration, and we may be protected and able to say whatever we want at this well, but when we put things on paper, they better darn well be true. Just declaring it doesn't make it so. There's been some quotations from a JBC staff memo. I just want to repeat for this purpose these words. The request ignores the fact that other economic and policy factors caused tax year 2025 revenue to deviate from the assumptions used to produce the accrual adjustments for 24-25, and that any of these factors would have had impacts to the Tabor situation in both 24-25 and 25-26. Staff is uncertain about the validity of that assumption and whether retroactively accounting for only the impact of H.R. 1 is appropriate. With that uncertainty, we need to strike this declaration. Saying something is true that is obviously in question is not wise. It doesn't change the body of the bill, what's being asked to be done with the bill itself. But at least let's not just publish as truth things that cannot be proven. It's a good amendment. I'd vote yes, and I will vote yes.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of L2. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The amendment fails. To the bill. Rep. DeGraff.
I want this party to end. Gaslighting is the practice of psychologically manipulating someone into questioning their sanity, memory, or power of reasoning. You're welcome. When you come up here and say we had a budget surplus at the end of last year when we came in to settle a budget deficit that was on top of another $4 billion worth of certificates of participation, and then say we were in a surplus, and you repeatedly say that, I think that's gaslighting. People would believe it if you say something, if you speak it long enough, if you say a lie long enough, often enough, it becomes the truth, becomes perceived as the truth, becomes dogma, and men will die for it. Hoodwinked, deceived or tricked or swindled, blinding the mind, deceiving or duped, over and over and over again. Citizens of Colorado, hello. Citizens of Colorado, they think you were hoodwinked by wanting to have a say in your taxpayer Bill of Rights. Now, as my colleague said earlier, I think it's 70%, 70 to 80% popular with the citizens of Colorado. You know who doesn't like the taxpayer Bill of Rights? Politicians. Politicians don't like it. That's why the taxpayer Bill of Rights, the genius of Doug Bruce, who is banned for life from the General Assembly because he developed and pushed through the taxpayer Bill of Rights, because they do not want you to have a taxpayer Bill of Rights. Inflation rates, 1.3%, 2.1%, 2.4%, 1.8%, 1.2%, 4.7, 8.0, 4.1, 2.9. Yeah, they took a big jump there, 22.5%. You have to have an economy. That you were hoodwinked. They consider it to be mob rule for you to have a say on whether you pay more taxes, but then for something like Fedicide, they say it will have no impact on, there will be no fiscal impact unless we create a fiscal impact, which is what they had intended before it was even on the ballot. Because as was said yesterday, what good is a right?
Rep. DeGraff, can we take it back to this bill?
Absolutely. So this bill says, so the sponsors say H.R. 1 blew the budget out of the water. $4 billion worth of certificates of participation, $1.5 billion worth of debt after blowing through $4 billion of surplus. Roughly $10 billion. And now we're talking $300 million instead of $10,000 million. $10 billion, $10,000 million. So $10,000 million. And then suddenly $300 million. And they want it back. We were criticized in the budget process for making minor changes to the budget process. Those are the only changes that we're allowed to make, and they are categorically denied. Yet we propose millions of dollars worth of cuts every year. We recommend not increasing spending by billions of dollars so we don't get into this issue. So citizens of Colorado, the majority party considers that you have hoodwinked yourself over and over and over again. Colorado mountains where aspens sway, a nanny state rises and tax widgets pay. With rules that bind like chains on the free, the government overreach stifles liberty's plea. From Denver's dome, decrees cascade down, controlling each choice in village and town. Thou shalt not smoke, nor sip, nor stray. The state demands its meddling way. Tax-paying widgets, those diligent souls, labor and toil, yet face endless controls, licenses, permits, and fees without end. Bureaucrats dictate how their lives must bend. Your ranch, your land, they'll tax it to dust. Regulate your water, your air, and your trust. Build a shed, you'll need their nod, or face the wrath of the nanny state's prod. They'll guard your health, your speech, your thought, mandate your safety, like it or not. From cradle to grave, they'll swaddle you tight till freedom's a flicker in the cold Colorado night. O widgets of Colorado, rise and resist, shake off the shackles and unclench the fists. For in this land of peaks bold and grand, liberty's spirit should forever stand. Just something from a constituent. This bill is a bad idea. It opens the citizen, it opens Colorado to lawsuits. It is a bad precedent. And since I don't have anything good to say about it, I guess I won't say anything at all.
Rep. Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we use terms like hoodwinked about the voters when it's something we don't like. Since 1991, they have had the opportunity to fight back, and we keep seeing polls in favor. In fact, we just had a ballot initiative come to State Affairs, and the bill sponsors or the ballot sponsors showed that Democrats are actually almost 50% in favor of taxpayers' Bill of Rights. Unaffiliated were 63% in favor, and Republicans were over 70% in favor. So if they hate this and they're hoodwinked so bad, I think that they would have plenty of opportunity over the last 40 or so years to fight against it. And with a budget that has grown crazily in the last 6 years, 50% in 6 years, our budget has grown 50% in 6 years. It's grown to $46 billion in 6 years, with the population only growing 5%. So important to show. K through 12 education, we're given another $252 million of state share with 50,000 less students over the past 2 decades. 10,000 less students in the past 6 years in K through 12 education. And what do we show for it? When you go to your town halls, do you ask your constituents, we have grown our government 50%. Do you feel like you've gotten anything from that? Because I will tell you, for those of us representing 45% of the population, they are going to tell you they do not. Their roads are not better, their infrastructure is not safer, their K through 12 education is not better, crime is not better. They do not feel safer, and they do not feel like Colorado is more affordable. So I don't know where y'all are holding your town halls, but come to my town halls. Come to Douglas County. Come sit in our town halls, because they do not feel like growing our government 50% in 6 years with a 5% population growth has contributed to anything better. So don't say that the people have been hoodwinked, because they have not. They know exactly what the Taxpayer Bill of Rights does, and they are thankful for it. I rise today in strong opposition to this bill. Let's stop pretending this is some harmless technical adjustment. This bill is about one thing: whether the government keeps more of your money or whether taxpayers get it back like they were promised. Colorado voters were crystal clear when they passed the Taxpayers Bill of Rights. When the state takes in more than it is allowed to spend, the money is not the government's, it belongs to the people. Not maybe, not depending on a formula, not after we tweak the math. It belongs to the people. And yet here we are again, another bill, another attempt to redefine, rework, and reinterpret what a refund actually means. Because apparently when government gets too big, the rules start to change. Let's talk about what growth, because this is where the truth comes out. Over the last decade, Colorado's population has grown, yes, 5%. But do you know what has grown far faster? The state budget, 50%. And you know what else has grown? Medicaid at unsustainable rates of 8.8%, 3 times that of inflation. Government spending in this state has exploded at a pace that outstrips population growth and inflation combined. Let me say that again so it's crystal clear. Government is growing faster than the people it is supposed to serve. And now we're being told we need to adjust how refunds are calculated. Why? Because the government is collecting too much money. That's not a taxpayer problem. That's a government problem. Families across Colorado are tightening their belts. They're dealing with rising grocery costs, skyrocketing housing prices, higher energy bills, and the crushing weight of inflation. But what is the state doing? We're growing, we're expanding, we're spending, and now trying to keep more. This bill is a perfect example of how it happens. Not with a headline that says, we're taking your money. No, this is done quietly through formulas, through definitions, through language most people will never read. I would say that's hoodwinked. But the impact is very real. If you change how the over refund is calculated, and we have lawyers arguing this, AGs and governor's office says it's an over refund, but legislative staff say it's not. You change how much money goes back to taxpayers. That means less money in the pockets of hardworking Coloradans when every penny counts. And more money staying right here in government. Let's call that what it is, a backdoor tax increase. Now, supporters of this bill will say, oh, this is just a technical correction. They'll say it's about accuracy. They'll blame H.R. 1. But I have to ask, when has government ever needed to correct something in a way that results in taxpayers getting less back? When does the correction ever go the other direction? It doesn't, because this isn't about accuracy, it's about access to your money. Tabor was designed to do one thing above all else: limit the growth of government and protect the taxpayers. And every time we see a bill like this, it chips away at that protection. Not all at once, not in a way that sparks outrage overnight, although people are waking up, but slowly, deliberately, piece by piece, until one day the safeguard voters put in place doesn't function the way it was intended to anymore. And that should concern every single one of us, regardless of party, because this isn't about Republicans or Democrats. This is about whether we respect the will of the voters. We can't just respect the will of the voters when we want to. We have to respect the will of the voters every single time. Do we honor what they passed, or do we look for ways around it? We are sitting on a government that continues to grow year after year. Programs expand, departments expand, spending expands, and I would say fraud expands. And yet somehow the answer is always the same: we need to keep more. No, you don't. The people of Colorado need to keep more. They earned it. They paid it, and under the Taxpayers' Bill of Rights, it is theirs. This bill sends the exact wrong message. It tells the taxpayers, we know better than you what to do with your money. It tells them even when we take too much, we're going to find a way to keep it, and it reinforces a pattern that people are already fed up with: a government that grows without restraint and then asks for more anyway. That's the conversation we should be having, not this. Not another attempt to quietly move the goalposts, which we keep doing in this building. So I'll leave you with this. If the state has to redefine what a refund is, It's because they don't want to give it back. Vote no. Thank you.
Rep. Sugla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I've been here for a year and a half, and what I've learned real quickly is it's really easy to spend other people's money. I go back to my district, and this is what I hear. They talk about affordability. They talk about not being able to have insurance. I didn't have health insurance until I got elected. I didn't have health insurance after that until I was a county commissioner, and then I had health insurance for 8 years. What I'm learning is if you are in government, and I'm talking all the way from local government to the state government, you're better off than my constituents. I have constituents that don't have health insurance because they can't afford it. I have constituents come to me and saying, why is there 15 different fees when I go to register my car? I have constituents asking me, why has admin in the high school grown bigger than the teacher base that are teaching their kids? Why does the superintendent at the high school's secretary have a secretary? Why is it that we create these committees in this place, add FTEs, and then all of a sudden create another job that is duplicate? It's back to what I said at the very beginning. It is because we, as a government, think that we know better than the constituents, and my constituents are sick and tired. We have bled them dry. There is no more money that they can put out. Why does my constituent suffer and government does not? And I'm talking government from the local level all the way to the state level. When is it going to be enough? What I have found in this room is it's never enough. Why has my county government, when I was a county commissioner, grown through COVID funds, and I'll blame both parties on this, and the services are worse? And why is it that here at the state level that we cannot just for once say, you know what, we're going to tighten our belt like our constituents? And thank God for Taxpayer Bill of Rights, because I can tell you what, I have constituents tell me, hey, we're getting as bad as California. Well, the only reason we're not as bad as California is because we have the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. When that goes out the window, who knows how much it's going to cost to live in this state? We are already running out all the companies through all the rules and regulations. It will never stop. It will never be enough for public officials on both sides of the aisle as far as I'm concerned. Why do we always talk about government and not the people that are our boss? I have 88,500 bosses. I am self-employed. I have never I write my own checks until I got into this office. And then we tell them, well, I'm a legislator and I only make $47,000 a year. Well, why don't you also tell your constituents that if you live over 50 miles, you get $265 a day times 120 days is another $40,000. So why don't you tell your constituents that you actually make almost $90,000 a year? I am sick and tired of government all the way. I am for the people, and it is time. Thank you for the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. And to you people that I represent, I'm going to fight for you. They know that you have no more money, and they don't care. Thank you.
Rep. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And like our colleagues before, I am also opposed to House Bill 26-1419. When talking about the Colorado Taxpayers Bill of Rights, when the government doesn't like it and the people love it, that usually means it's a good thing. When I talk to neighboring states and when I've been blessed to travel around the nation for conferences, other states are jealous of what we have, the Colorado Taxpayer Bill of Rights, because it keeps more money in the people's wallet and it gives more money back to the people's piggy bank. Others want to follow suit. Colorado is a leader in this regard. So we should uphold what the people did years ago and make sure we're not touching their money. Last year, this year, we had to go through the cushions of the government couch. We shook and we shook and we found all the coins we could, and we had to do a lot of tough decisions. At what point do we look ourselves in the mirror and look at each other and say, it is not a revenue issue, it is a spending issue? We need to make sure that every time we finally balance the budget, we're not coming back and creating other things that throw us into chaos again. We need to make sure, because we have an affordability crisis in the state. I go back to my 7 counties and I hear about the budget crunches they're having. Can they afford eggs that week? Can they afford milk that week? How are they going to make sure that they have that milk that lasts for the whole family? And I kid you not, colleagues, I hear of families who are adding water to their milk to make it go longer. And they are looking at what they can and cannot afford, and they're tightening their belts. They're doing budgeting because that's how you run a household. Government should follow the lead of the people, and we should tighten our belts, stick to a budget to better run the state. We need to protect the Colorado Tax Bill of Rights and make sure that the money that they're expecting and they know is owed back to them goes back to their wallet. I trust money back in the wallet of people over putting more money back into the government so it can spend it somewhere else, just for us to lose it and have to balance the budget again. And I want to thank the JBC members for the long bill and the entire time that we were debating it and making sure we have a balanced budget. But we should not be then putting our hands out and saying we're taking the taxpayer money instead of using what we already have. I urge a no vote, and I have talked to all 7 of my counties. When I look at them, from Morgan, Logan, Phillip, Sedgwick, Washington, parts of Weld, and Yuma counties, they want their money back. They want less government, and they want to be left alone so they can spend what money they're able to have and the budgets that they are working hard to afford. Let's not make that harder for them. Let's not grow government. Let's vote no on this bill and look at other ways that we can find revenue. Go back to the cushions of the couch of government, not to the wallets of the people. I urge a no vote.
Rep. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just appreciate this debate. I just want to bring us back to why we're here, which is the passage of H.R. 1. We had a balanced budget on July 1st of last year. On July 4th, we were over $1 billion in deficit. That's H.R. 1. What we have done is we have refunded money as appropriately under TABOR, but because of the passage of H.R. 1, we over-refunded money relative to where we should have. So for the next 2 years, this bill makes sure that we are fixing that error, we are correcting that error, and making sure that we are refunding the appropriate amount over the next 2 years. So again, if folks are upset, we should remember where the blame really falls, and that is with our federal government. We no longer have a good partner in the federal government. We used to have strong partnership that was helping us to pay for basic necessities and to fund our schools and our health care. We no longer have that kind of commitment. H.R. 1 gave inordinate tax breaks to the wealthiest Americans and cut significantly our health care safety net. So that's what this bill is about. It's about correcting this error and imbalance in our books because of the way that H.R. 1 was passed. So I just wanted to put us back into that context. We cut, to all of my colleagues who have been talking about tightening our belts, I think anybody who was focused on the JBC process over the last several months knows that we tightened our belts significantly. We had to cut hundreds of millions of dollars just out of healthcare programs alone. And then when the forecast was updated in March, we had to come back and cut hundreds of millions of dollars more. So the state is more than living within its means, but it also means that programs that are beneficial to Coloradans are getting cut. Kids are not going to have the health care that they once had. We had long debates about educational programs that are going to have to be scaled back or cut. That's where we're left, and that is because of H.R. 1. And I will also say that, again, the senior homestead exemption, which we fully funded out of the general fund this year, that was scheduled to be a Tabor refund mechanism had H.R. 1 not passed. So we had to make hundreds of millions of dollars in additional cuts to general fund programs because of the passage of H.R. 1 so that we could fully fund the homestead exemption, which we did. That's where we're at, and that's why I just wanted to remind everybody why we're here. Thank you.
Rep. Luck.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Chair. My apologies. I would love to ask the bill sponsor who just came up a question, because we're being told this is all as a result of H.R. 1, and yet this same policy was not adopted after the Tax and Jobs Act of 2017. It wasn't adopted after the people passed an initiative at the ballot, I believe in 2020, reducing the income tax rate, or again in 2022 when they again reduced the income tax rate, even though those actions reduced income in a particular taxable year and created similar dynamics. The General Assembly at that time did not respond in this manner. They just moved on and allowed for the tax code and for the budget to fluctuate. And so why was there a different standard applied in those 3 other instances when the state found itself in the same situation? Why were the people just allowed to keep those dollars and we moved to the next budget without addressing it? What has changed? And I think that is the crux of the issue. What has changed such that we find ourselves in a position where we need to take back from the people these dollars instead of proceeding with the precedent that had been set the prior 3 times over the last 10 years?
Rep. Slaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This has been a pretty disappointing topic for me to have to listen to many of the comments, not from my side, about. It's disappointing to me that we don't recognize some things that I think are pretty basic. And for simplicity's sake, to use the word of my good colleague from the northern and lesser fantastic parts of Larimer County, because I have some of Larimer County that I represent too, and I think it is the best of Larimer County. For simplicity's sake, let me present a little bit of a parable. There were a couple parents who had a teenager. The teenager always needed things. The parents gave the teenager a $100 bill so that she could go get the things that she desperately needed. And when she got to the store, she spent almost all of that $100 on shiny junk that she found that was awesome to her, and a couple of the things that she needed. And she brought the change back and gave it to her parents. Some of the things that she spent some of that money on that was shiny junk came with future subscriptions, but it was awesome right then. She desperately needed it, sure that she wanted it and that she could afford it. Not thinking about the fact that the subscription was going to cost more money later also. So then in time, she came back to her parents and recognized that, oh, hey, the change that I gave you back, I didn't buy only things that I needed. I bought a lot of things that I just wanted and looked super cool. So actually, I need the change back. So she asked for the change back. Maybe it was the change was an over refund of excess allowance that she was given. It's kind of how I see that. And then she found out even later, and this set up the situation that even later, the subscription was going to come due and more money was going to have to be spent even above and beyond the money that was initially allowed. I think it's pretty easy to see that we're in a similar situation right now. The state is the teenager spending money on shiny junk and not entirely all the time on the basic needs that it should be doing. Our declaration says that governments are instituted among men to secure unalienable rights, not a bunch of shiny junk, life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, property, deriving their powers from the consent of the governed, kind of like the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. So I think limits on government are critical, especially spending limits. Life is the first listed and the preeminent right recognized by our founders. To sustain life, most of us have to work. That work is traded for money. And then we share some of that money for public benefit back with the government in form of taxes. That's supposed to be for needs, to secure unalienable rights, for basic needs, public good. Again, limits on the government are critical, especially when it comes to spending. Why? Because without limits, government will, just like the teenager, spend money on shiny things it wants, then throw a fit when it doesn't have the money it needs for the actual needs. Maybe it'll blame it on another teenager and say, that teenager spent money, why can't I spend more money? Maybe that other teenager's family needed a Taxpayer Bill of Rights. Maybe we need a federal Taxpayer Bill of Rights. When we don't consent with the amount of money we're being required to share with the government, but it's being taken anyway or taken back after it was returned, I think that's called theft. And we all know what taxation is without consent. And to me, I think that means that we're being governed by an awesome new word that I would call a kleptocracy. When we're stealing, we're just taking back money that we gave back that rightfully belonged to the people that got it. We're just taking something that isn't ours to start with. Thank you.
Rep. Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It seems like our conversation on this is dwindling down. I just wanted to point out a couple of things. We are not here because of H.R. 1. We are not. We are here because this bill needs to pass to make true an assumption that was made when the 26-27 budget was built. We're here to make real an assumption that we can claw back in a way monies from what is supposedly an over-refund of Tabor. Budgeting conceptually is very simple. In practice, it's very hard. But every budget is simply an estimate. It's a collection of estimates. It's a collection of the estimates of what we're going to spend. It's a collection of the estimates of the revenue that we have coming in. And sometimes prioritization has to take place when the revenues aren't as much as we want the expenses to be, or we have things that we want to pay for that we simply can't afford. And that's what the whole long bill exercise and orbitals were about. If you still have your long bill book with you, page 11 flatly states that this package also includes placeholder assumptions for two other bills that are outside of the package. SB 26042, which we're not talking about today, and the one we are talking to, and a not yet introduced bill accounting for an asserted Tabor over refund from 24-25. These placeholders are assumed to reduce the obligation by an additional $183 million. So we're here trying to make some assumptions true so we can keep a balanced budget. We're not here because of H.R. 1. That ship sailed a long time ago. We knew what was coming. We could have addressed it before it happened. We could have addressed it during special session. We did not. We chose in desperate times to take a desperate measure, and that is to do something we had never done before, to do something that staff recommended not be done, one that was fraught with legal risk and outlined very carefully as such, and yet we chose to plow ahead. We could have accessed funds that were not an assumption. We could have spent down the reserve a little bit more, not something that I would have liked to have done. We could have sold some more tax credits, not something I would have supported. We could have spent less. We chose not to. And now we have to pass a bill in order to make something we did 2 weeks ago true. I'm concerned that we did not pass a balanced budget. We're trying to make it balanced with this measure. But we should not, as a body, be put in a place of having to come back weeks after we debated the long bill to now make one of the underlying assumptions true. This should have been addressed before we sat down to look through the long bill. We should have done something to confirm that these revenues were available to us, but we chose not to. We could have taken this up while we were looking at the 60 or so orbital bills in conjunction with the budget, but we did not. So coming back after the fact to try to make something true that was assumed and very legally risky and articulated as such by the staff, I think is just a bad idea. I know this risks unbalancing a budget. It's not de minimis, or we wouldn't be talking about it at all. This is real money. It's money that was taken from the people that we really want to kind of take again. And I don't think that is right. We've offered some solutions today. They were all denied. But I am a no on this. I think it's the wrong approach. If we're going to make assumptions that our budget depends on, we need to validate those before we approve the budget, not come back weeks after and try to really be put in a position where our arms are being twisted because we got to have a balanced budget and the timing is short and we got to get stuff forward and we got to decide on things and we got to get it to the governor, or else we lose our authority as a legislature to actually appropriate and we hand it over to the governor. This was wrong. The timing of it is wrong. The presentation of it has obscured what is really happening here. We're not addressing what H.R. 1 did to us a year and a half ago. We're addressing what we did to ourselves this year. Let's at least be honest about that. I'm a no vote.
Rep. Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been trying to grapple with the intricacies of this bill, but as some who know me well in this space know, I hate tax policy. I hate it. If I had my way, we would have no other revenue sources apart from a standard sales tax, clear, transparent, easy to figure out. Everyone gets to own their property, not lease it. Everyone gets to keep their income and not have it wage gouged by the government. But that's another conversation. It does go to the point that, though, that many of folk who pull up this bill may have their eyes glaze over, even though the relevant part is really just a page in length. Because tax policy isn't something that most people enjoy reading or understanding. And so after having some lengthy conversations with experts about tax policy, people I admire for understanding these things well beyond my scope, I've come to conclude that really the issue here is is who should have the ability to decide where this $300 million goes. If we allow past precedent to stand and we allow for the Tabor refunds to stand unaffected, the answer to that question is the people. The people get to decide where that $300 million goes. In fact, they already have decided. They've already spent it, they've already saved it, they've already put it however they wanted to put it in whatever couch cushion they have. It's already circulating out in the economy. This bill answers that question to say, actually, that $300 million needs to be something the state directs and apportions. And while we won't claw it back, originally we just won't distribute new dollars in the future up to that amount, so as to allow the state to be the ones who designate where that $300 million goes. And that, I think, is where the worldview differences between the sides come into play. Who is better positioned to spend those dollars for themselves and for the public good? This is where a lot of the debates in this room come to a head. We heard from some who suggest that not passing this is a demonstration that others in the room don't care about community, don't care about the needs of community. But I will say for myself, that's a mischaracterization of the stance that I take. Because I believe that the government is least able to properly apportion these dollars. And if the chair will just allow me a paragraph of reading to make that case, I will substantiate my claim based off of a paper written about education in colonial America. Here's what it reads. The results of colonial America's free market system of education were impressive indeed. Almost no tax money was spent on education, yet education was available to almost anyone who wanted it, including the poor. No government subsidies were given, and inefficient institutions either improved or went out of business. Competition guaranteed that scarce educational resources would be allocated properly. The educational institutions that prospered produced a generation of articulate Americans who could grapple with the complex problems of self-government. The Federalist Papers, which are seldom read or understood today, even in our universities, were written for and read by the common man. Literacy rates were as high or higher than they are today. A study conducted in 1800 by Dupont de Nemours revealed that only 4 in 1,000 Americans, 4 in 1,000, were unable to read and write legibly. Various accounts from colonial America support these statistics. The article goes on. We have become enamored with the idea that this building and the institution of government is best positioned to solve all of the world's problems and to handle all of these questions. When in fact, we could look to other cultures, other times, even in this culture, when the system was designed differently and to better effects. When we didn't have these same kind of arguments over how much the people should be taxed in order to supply less than satisfactory services, because it was handled differently. I'm against this bill. I think we should stand on the past precedent, but I also would argue that this budgetary crisis is a perfect time for us to examine all of our assumptions about the role of government, about our effectiveness in the policies and programs that we have advanced, and maybe to deny the snobbery of chronologicalism, right? The fact that we are further in time, therefore somehow superior to those who came before, and look at the ancient ways, look at the past ways even of this more modern culture, 250 years, review that historical record, and possibly discover a better way of doing life and doing government that is not only more effective and life-giving for the populace, but also less costly.
Rep. Espinoza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just rise to respond to a couple of points that we've heard today. And first, I'm going to actually respond to my colleague from Penrose who was just talking about education. I would note that I don't think we can go back to that form where the government wasn't providing education, because in this state, our Constitution mandates that as an obligation for us to engage in. And in fact, we prioritize that because it is part of our Constitution and part of what we're trying to do in terms of education. So I don't think we want to go back to a time when the government wasn't involved in the educational process. I also heard my good colleague from Douglas County say, when the government takes in too much money, the money is returned. That's fundamentally missing the point of this bill. This bill is that the government did not take in too much money because the government was precluded from taking in the money that was projected to be taken in because of H.R. 1, to get us back to the legislative declaration and to get us back to the point of this bill. The reason there was a shortfall and that we were called into special session was because our income taxes are based and tied to the federal government. As a result, when the federal government made changes to those taxes, the money that had been projected in our budget did not come in, leaving us in a shortfall, because what we did do is meet our obligation at the time and pay out the TABOR refunds that were due at that time. So part of what this bill is trying to do is remedy that deficit that occurred, and I think it's important to remember those parts of the facts. When the amount of money depends on that income coming in, and it's split over 2 different fiscal years, we do the best as we can as a government to assess how much money would be coming in and to make the determinations at that point at the tax year, which is different than the fiscal year, to make the refunds based on the analysis that we believed was coming in terms of taxes. That didn't happen. That's the reason we have the deficit. It's not because of the structural situations. And if you recall, when we came back in special session, we specifically addressed some of those connections by delinking some of that in order for us as a state to not be solely dependent on the income tax schedule of the federal government, and to make sure that we could align more in the future what those refunds are with the reality of the income that we take in. We act in good faith. We've acted in good faith in the past. We actually refunded the money that we believed that we were going to receive income to cover, and that's why we ended up with the deficit that we're attempting to fill by this bill, and not going back and saying, oh, we should claw back those refunds, but to say we need to fill the budget based on the hole that was there, and this is an accurate and good way to do that without adversely impacting the people who received this money in the past that actually wasn't funded at the time. I support this bill.
Rep. Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do just want to put on the record my response to that argument back. The Constitution can always be amended. Colorado now funds abortion when only a couple of years ago it didn't. That can always be changed. And as for actually funding education, the education of our kids, that being a mandate, yeah, we might be funding schools, but our kids are not being educated. When we look at the test scores, the fact that less than half of our students are at proficiency levels in many of the categories does not say that we're meeting that particular requirement. So again, going back, looking at some assumptions, having some new conversations, and putting out that whiteboard and seeing what should be done in this generation and to move forward to actually be successful in that space is something that would benefit us all.
Rep. Kelty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I listened today, I heard a lot, and a lot of it was, in my opinion, inaccurate. This has nothing to do with H.R. 1. They want you to believe that it does, but this happened way before H.R. 1. I mean, we just saw a couple years ago, Prop HH, that was brought up. The people voted against it. Time and time and time again, the people of Colorado have said, take your hands off our TABOR. The TABOR is set up as a mechanism to keep us from overspending Thank God, because if without Tabor, poor people of Colorado would be the even poorer people of Colorado. Colorado keeps stealing from pots all over the state. We don't have a money problem. We have a spending problem. And when we're not telling someone, no, you can't spend here, no, you can't spend there. The people don't want that. The people don't want that. But yet you still keep trying to do it. You know, they're stealing from the K through 12 fund. They're stealing from the unclaimed property fund. Tabor, you've been stealing from the police funds. I mean, you're stealing from all over the place just to try to pay for pet projects that the people of Colorado don't even know about, let alone would they even ever approve. If you put half that stuff on the ballot, they would be A, appalled, and B, they would vote no. Just like they have voted no time and time and time again against you taking their Tabor. I alone proposed, almost 120 some million, and then 80 some million, $200 million in the last 2 years of cuts that was shut down. Oh, no, we can't cut. We need to spend, is what they said. No, we need to cut. You don't want to make the hard cuts. You want unfettered spending. And by doing away with Tabor, that gives you exactly what you want. And the people do not want that, I can tell you that right now. That's giving like your teenager a credit card and saying, have fun. At some point, we have to stop the bleed. Prop HH on the ballot was voted down. They said no to that. The people of Colorado spoke. They said no, no, and no. If you put this on the ballot, they would say yet again, no. So at what point do we start listening to the people we serve? We're not their bosses. They're our bosses. At what point do we say, okay, we will listen to you, no matter what you want, no matter what your pet projects are, we will listen to the people of Colorado. They want your hands off of their Tabor. It's a taxpayer's Bill of Rights. It's not the let the legislation spend whatever it wants Bill of Rights. It's insanity. You don't make a budget to match your spending. You make your spending match your budget. It's not a new concept. Most of us, we should be anyway, running our own households that way. We're overregulated, we're overtaxed, we're overfeed, we're less safe, it's less affordable, we're less free, and the people of Colorado have less confidence in this state government. When you look at the fiscal note, it's almost $300 million. Well, you can say goodbye to Tabor. The people who benefit the most from Tabor are the regular average Joes. It's not the wealthy. It's the people who need their refunds, who count on those refunds to get them through. Whatever, if they need tires on their car, whether they need to do something for their family, it's up to them what they do with it. But we need to stop stealing from it. We need to stop taking from it. Year after year after year, we say, we don't. The legislation here wants to take their Tabor. You want to shut it down. But we need to keep the Tabor because the people said they want it. You keep attacking it year after year, doing the same thing over and over again. And the people are tired of the insanity that has created. It's not H.R. 1 that's the problem. That's just a ruse. The state of Colorado has been in financial implosion for years. It's just the newest and latest excuse that you can use to try to take the Tabor from the people. And I know for one, my constituents are sick of it. This is not the bill that's going to fix your problems. The only way to fix your problem is to stop spending, make the cuts that are necessary, and start being fiscally responsible. That's what we're hired to do with the votes. We're hired here to take care of the people and the money that they give us. We're doing a very, very, very bad job. And this bill is a prime example of it. I'm asking for a no vote on this. Stop taking from my people.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1419. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The bill passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1340.
House Bill 1340 by Representative Winter, also Senators Peltonar and Hendrickson, concerning requirements for formerly irrigated agricultural land for which an agricultural irrigation water right in Water Division 2 is changed to another beneficial use.
Amel Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move House Bill 1340 and the Agriculture Committee report.
To the committee report.
Committee report, all we did is we made some adjustments and amendments in the bill. I urge an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Agriculture Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The committee report is adopted. To the bill. Rep. Morrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an important bill that addresses a problem that starts in my district and extends to my Coprine's district, and I'd like to first thank you for your hard work, months and months of hard work on this bill. What this will do is address decades of long-term consequences of poorly reclaimed permanent agricultural dry-up. This area is still dealing with the impacts today from lands that were dried up 40 to 50 years ago. I believe this is a thoughtful, balanced approach informed by decades of experience in the lower Arkansas Valley and shaped through extensive stakeholder input. When water is permanently removed from the land, the responsibility to address the impacts should follow that action.
Amel Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to my co-prime. It's been 18 months of stakeholdering on this bill, conversations after conversations with river districts and water districts, ditch companies, municipalities. And what it comes down to is the Metroplex grows and we see the urban sprawl and we see more people move into the city. There's only one place the water can come from, and that's agri-centered communities. When that water's bought and taken from the land, at the end of the day, what you're left is with a piece of ground. And it's what do we do with that piece of ground? That's the next question. And I think it's important to make sure that, number one, we revegetate it, so we're not dealing with Dust Bowl type of incidents. We saw just south of Pueblo what happens when you don't have ground held down by vegetation. There was a massive car accident. Another thing, unless you're involved in agriculture, that is hard to understand is your neighbor down the road from you. You've got irrigation ditches. When there is no revegetation on the ground, on the other side of the wind blowing, it fills those ditches, creates tumbleweeds, noxious weeds, invasive weed species. So it's a blight on the community. So what this bill wants to do is make sure that when the water is pulled off the land and it's sent to a municipality, that there is revegetation done, and there are some standards set to make sure that we keep the dirt on the ground, that we have some vegetation to hold the dirt to the ground, and also that we don't create an environment for noxious weeds and invasive weed species and wildfires. So this bill is ultra important for the lower Ark. It's huge. It was born out of my district with tons of stakeholdering from the people from the lower Ark. With that, I urge a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, Rep. Carter.
Thank you, Madam. Mr. Chair. First of all, I've spoken to Amel Winter, and I want to say I appreciate both of you guys coming down here, and I appreciate the conversations that we've had about water. For those who don't know, I don't know how you don't. I am the representative for Arapahoe and Adams, but I have the city of Aurora. One of the questions that my city had, specifically related to not just the taking out the water court's discretion, but what that's going to do to those water court judges and how they're going to be able to decide going forward the issues that we were talking about. I wouldn't want to tie the hands of those water court judges, but I still want to make sure that I give you your flowers regarding the attempt at the bill, but I do have a small issue at the tying the hands of those water court judges. My understanding is these judges make their findings based on evidence-based and use evidence-based and technicalities to fulfill their base responsibilities. Now, I'm going to try to leave this to the experts. 1041 was another bill which was policy-driven, and it contrasted this bill. But it also did not eliminate the discretion of those water court judges. Now, the biggest issues that we had was it appears that the bill aims directly at the interaction between Division II, which is the Arkansas Valley Basin, which is AML Winter's district, and I'm not here. I'm an I vote. I want to make sure you understand that. I'm an I vote, and I trust both sponsors, but I do want to have conversations going
Rep.
forward.
Carter, can you pull the mic a little closer?
Sorry.
We're having trouble hearing you.
Thank you. I do want to have conversations going forward about those courts and making sure that the 1340 and 1041 can coexist. And so I want to be clear, I'm not here to attack the bill, but I do have questions, and I wanted to make sure that there was understood that I believe this is kind of limiting those water court judges, but I believe there's also some kind of compromise, and I trust both sponsors to actually sit down and have that conversation.
Amen, Winner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to my good colleague for bringing that up. And it does say, when applying to the water court for a change of use of water rights pursuant to the subsection, the water right owner shall identify for the water court's consideration site-specific criteria and associated scientific and objective evaluation methodology to measure, determine the extent to which revegetation or conversion to dryland farming is successfully established on the formerly irrigated agricultural land. The water short shall include site-specific criteria and an associated scientific and objective evaluation methodology and the degree approving the change of use of that water right. So to your question that if we're going to use site-specific and data, all of that will be put in front of the judges as they work on the decree for this change of water right.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us. Rep. Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
Members, I'm in big support of this bill. As we've heard to this session that we've seen a lot of these buy and dries, or they're not calling them that anymore. But I think that this really helps out these rural communities when water is being taken out of those communities. And I think that much as what the bill sponsors have said, is that without this, you get one, noxious weeds that grow in that farmland that also take up additional water and spread out to the rest of that part of the state. But then the other portion of this is that this prevents the Dust Bowl, right, from happening again. And so making sure that we are being cognizant of this and being able to put actual pen to paper now is something that we want. We have this issue in the San Luis Valley. We worked with the bill sponsors on this. Unfortunately, just due to the title and the timing, we weren't able to add in what we needed to for my district, but happy to work with the bill sponsors in the future to being able to continue doing that. So I think this is a good bill. Vote yes.
Amen, Winner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the second answer to the question that you asked, sir, is they'll link the amount of water available for the new uses to the amount of land successfully reclaimed as established through an associated 1041 permit. So they have three options. They provide financial services such as a bond, other security to the local land use authority. They can link the amount of water available for the new use to the amount of land successfully reclaimed while still allowing all water to be used for existing uses. And then the final one is link the amount of water available for the new uses to the amount of land successfully reclaimed as established through an associated 1041 permit. I mean, I know this bill kind of seems like it's sliding right through, but this is kind of groundbreaking for water. This piece of legislation was an honor to work on it because I think you're going to start to see other basins and districts get involved in this as we start to see buy and dries happen. And if you get a chance, stop by my desk and I'll show you the pictures of Crowley County where the water came in. It's just unbelievable to see what it looked like in 1984 and what it looks like now. and what it's done to the surrounding communities. And we're seeing water pulled out of Bent County, and we're seeing water pulled out of Otero County. And what's left is beautiful lawns and beautiful golf courses in the urban areas, but what's left in my district is fallow fields, dust, weeds, and it's just unfortunate to see and for my constituents to have to deal with. But I hope I was able to answer your two questions based on what you asked.
Representative Carter.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And to reiterate, what I'm asking for is more of a continued understanding and a continued partnership with the sponsors, understanding Aurora has issued the city of Aurora has issued a drought restrictions. As you know, they're also one of the main protagonists in this space. And so I just want to make sure that going forward that we have that partnership. Also understanding that we have instituted a water task force in that city specifically to have these conversations. So once again, I am here to support the bill. I know everybody's looking at me like that. I'm here to support the bill. I just want to make sure we have these continued conversations.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before, hold on one second. Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1340. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. House Bill 1340 is passed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
Good. The House will come back to order. Mr. Shebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report as under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations. They're on House Bills 1340 as amended and 1419 as amended, passed on second reading, ordered, engrossed, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
AML Bacon. Members, you've heard the motion. There are amendments at the desk. Mr. Shebel, please read the DeGraff amendment.
Representative DeGraff moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Richardson Amendment, L8 to House Bill 1419, to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1419 as amended passed.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. I move the DeGraff Amendment to the Committee of the Whole, H001 to HB 1419. Ask that it be displayed.
Please proceed.
Thank you. This is just the to the people under referendum. This is in accordance with the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. This is not de minimis, and this is a major shift in tax policy by what seems to be clearly violating one of the general accounting standards rules that we supposedly go by, or I should say guidelines, that since they're not so much a rule as a guideline. So just ask for a yes vote on this, that it will go as a referendum. If it goes as a referendum, hopefully that would either, I guess I'd say I'm good either way. The citizens of Colorado say they are good with this tax increase, or they don't want it. But either way, they should be asked. We do have the Taxpayer Bill of Rights in our Constitution. This is not de minimis, and this is a change in tax policy. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no vote on this amendment. Tabor is very clear that it allows for the type of correction we are contemplating. We correct for over and under refunds every year, and Tabor is clear that the legislature has the authority to determine how refunds are calculated and distributed. The safety clause is actually important for the implementation of the bill. I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the DeGraff Amendment. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine. Members, please proceed to vote. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Lindsay votes no. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Weinberg votes yes. Minority Leader Caldwell, how do you vote?
Yes.
Minority Leader Caldwell votes yes. Please close the machine. With 24 aye, 39 no, and 2 excused, the DeGraff Amendment is lost. The question before us is the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Lindsay, how do you
Yes.
vote? Representative Lindsay votes yes. Representative Weinberg?
No, sir.
Representative Weinberg votes no. Minority Leader Caldwell?
No.
Minority Leader Caldwell votes no. Please close the machine. With 41 aye, 22 no, and 2 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Majority Leader Duran. Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move to lay over Senate Bill 43 and House Bill 1281 until tomorrow.
Majority Leader Duran, I think we just have to make the motion to move into third reading prior. My apologies. Move to proceed out of order. No. Okay.
We're good.
At the advice of our clerk, I'm going to ignore my script. You all here to hear first. Can you restate the motion for me so I can speak it back to you? My apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move to lay over Senate Bill 43 and House Bill 1281 until tomorrow.
Seeing no objection, Senate Bill 43 and House Bill 1281 will be laid over until tomorrow. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 137.
Senate Bill 137 by Senators Coleman and Simpson, also Representatives McCluskey and Caldwell, concerning measures to reduce administrative burdens and in connection therewith, making changes to the mandatory review of department rules by each principal department and clarifying the Attorney General's scope of authority related to litigation discovery.
Majority Leader Duran.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move Senate Bill 137 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 137. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you. My issue with this, well, I have several issues with this. One, it should be two bills. And if we look at the first part, the first bill of this two-bill combo, it's to review requires the principal departments to review the rules every 5 years. Adds review questions about duplicative and obsolete rules. That's great. But the second part is problematic, especially since this did not go through judiciary. When the Attorney General brings an action, this is effectively tying the hands of whoever the AG is attacking in this, or going against, I should say. Whoever the AG is going against, it puts them at an automatic disadvantage. So skipping judiciary matters. The bill lists finance, appropriation, business affairs, and labor. It does not list judiciary committee. But Section 2 is about civil litigation. Who is deemed to possess, control, and have custody of the documents that when the government sues. And again, this is when the government sues, not when the government is sued. Section 2 risks tilting the judicial process in favor of the executive branch. It's a one-way ratchet, unified sovereign for prosecution, and fragmented bureaucracy for discovery. The Attorney General can sue with the authority of the state or the people, but the bill lets the AG deny that the office controls the records held by other state entities. That creates a one-way ratchet again. So the due process and access to evidence is a big concern. The government can sue centrally, but the citizen who is being sued must chase the documents diffusely. The defendant may have to subpoena multiple agencies, litigate privilege fights, file CORA requests, or pursue separate discovery disputes. That increases costs. It increases the pressure just to settle, even when the facts support the citizen, probably especially when the facts support the citizen. The imbalance is especially troubling in enforcement areas involving business regulation, consumer protection, environmental enforcement, elections, professional licensing, speech-adjacent regulation, or politically sensitive disputes. So pretty much everything that the AG might sue. A citizen must identify the right agency, issue the subpoenas or requests, and fight separate objections while the state proceeds with one centralized lawsuit. It would also give the ability to shield embarrassing or exculpatory records. Internal records may reveal weak evidence, inconsistent interpretation, selective enforcement, or political pressure. Section 2 gives the AG a statutory reason to resist producing them. Could force early settlements. Small defendants may settle because they cannot afford the multi-front discovery battles against the state entities. And it makes the people a sword without transparency. It could chill lawful contact. It's not regulatory relief. It creates litigation discovery shield for the Attorney General, and when the Attorney General sues in an official capacity or on behalf of the state or people. This deals with the agency review process, courtroom discovery rule, and it gives administrative burden relief, while the first part gives administrative burden relief, which is not really necessary because the CORA, these processes are already in place, the review process is already in place. And this doesn't, and the Section 1 doesn't actually guarantee a decrease in the regulation, which is basically why it seems that the Section 2 was hidden behind Section 1. So going through that, it does not require any rule to be repealed, simplified, sunsetted, narrowed, or quantified. It does not require an independent burden score, regulatory budget, repeal of targets, or a citizen pathway or mandatory cost-benefit analysis for rules identified as a high burden. So it's kind of given away by the fact that there's, and I'm fine with that, is $0 state revenue, $0 state expenditures, $0 transfers, $0 Tabor, and a $0 FTE. So it's already being handled inside the budget, inside the processes that are already in place, so it's not really necessary. We don't really need a bill for it. But the Attorney General aspect says that in any action brought forward by the AG in an official capacity in a relation of state people of Colorado, the AG is not deemed to pursue the action on behalf of another state officer, state agency, department, board, commission, or enterprise, and therefore not deemed to be in possession or control of the records made, kept, or maintained by any other state officer or state entity. So translating that, the AG can sue as the state of the people, but when the defendant asks the AG for the relevant records held by another agency, the AG gets a statutory argument that those records are not in the AG's possession, custody, or control, and that is not an administrative burden reduction for the citizens. It is a litigation positioning for the state. A defendant may reasonably see that the state, as the opposing party, the AG can centralize the lawsuit while decentralizing discovery. So under this also, we have the problem of the double, you have two bills in this, and the one should have clearly gone to judiciary. Now they're broadly covered under the title, but the title is a bit of a stretch. The separation of powers and concerns, Colorado's Constitution divides into legislative, executive, and judicial and bars one branch from exercising powers belonging to another unless expressly permitted. The Colorado Supreme Court opinion discussed Article 6 of Section 21 and emphasized that discovery rules and limits on the document production fall within the court's constitutional rulemaking power, so they should stay with the AG. Requires a fair chance. The due process requires a fair chance to defend against the government. When the government sues a citizen, records held inside state agencies may be essential to show selective enforcement, flawed investigation, internal disagreement, exculpatory facts, bad data, improper or inconsistent interpretation in the law. And one of the things that I think we know is that if it can be weaponized, it will be weaponized. And this allows the state to sue centrally and hide records diffusely. It allows the state to drive up defense costs. It allows the state to force settlements. It allows the state to protect embarrassing records. It allows the state to create a government-only privilege. It allows it to chill lawful conduct and expands political leverage. So for those reasons, I think it's very important that this aspect should have been sent to judiciary. It should have certainly been, since it really doesn't have any impact on the business community, because it really doesn't have any teeth as far as regulation as promised. So I think this should go back to the judiciary, at least part of it should go back to the judiciary, and that's why I think the part on the Attorney General should be stripped from this bill, and that should be, in that aspect, should be run as a separate bill, because it's clearly an entirely separate thing that's just, well, I think the AG portion is the primary portion of this, and then the guise of regulatory relief is slapped on the top. So I request a third reading amendment to remove the AG portion from this bill so it can go back to judiciary, because it is clearly something that it should have been set into judiciary, because it deals with the citizen's ability to respond when sued by the AG. This section.
Representative DeGraff, I will allow you to state your motion. Your time has now expired. Please state the motion.
I request a third reading amendment to send the Attorney General portion to strip it from this bill so it can be run again as a separate bill so that it can go to the judiciary
Thank
where it
you.
should be considered.
Thank you, Representative DeGraff. I think you've explained it. I appreciate that. If you could just make the motion to Senate Bill 137.
I move L004 to Senate Bill 137.
Sorry. Make your request for a third reading amendment on Senate Bill 137.
That's what I thought. I request.
Sorry.
I request a third reading amendment to Senate Bill 137.
Thank you. Members, the motion before us is request a permission to run a third reading amendment on Senate Bill 137. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Minority Leader Caldwell, how do you vote?
No.
Minority Leader Caldwell votes no. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
I'm a no.
Representative Lindsay votes no. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Weinberg votes yes. Please close the machine. With 20 aye, 43 no, and 2 excused, the request for permission fails. The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 137 on third reading final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lindsay votes yes. Minority Leader Caldwell, how do you vote?
Yes.
Minority Leader Caldwell votes yes. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Weinberg votes no. English. Please close the machine. With 55 aye, 8 no, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 137 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1306.
House Bill 1306 by Representatives Duran and Sukla, also Senator Kipp, concerning the creation of the Wild Horse Special License Plate and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1306 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honored to serve with you.
Colleagues, these license plates get waved through so quick, there wasn't much opportunity to get up on seconds. There's a general and specific reason I'm voting no, and colleagues on the Finance Committee know very well the general reasons. I've explained many times I vote no on license plates en masse for many reasons. No one ever opposes license plates. I was told the Colorado State Patrol used to come in because it was confusing to have hundreds of license plates all over the place until they got their own license plate, and then they stopped coming to object. But there's also a Tabor impact. In fact, we have $17 million now that we can't spend on other priorities because they're being spent for the license plates. And that doesn't seem like a very wise use of money. There's also First Amendment issues I've always been concerned about because we pick and choose which plates go through. So one year we had the Chicano power license plate that had been denied 3 times previously by other legislatures, but we put it through that year. And in that same year, we had colleagues on the other side of the aisle that brought a Don't Tread on Me, which meant something to the people bringing it, but we denied that one. So we're picking and choosing, which I think is totally inappropriate. So those are the general reasons I've always been against any license plate. But this reason I'm up is I have some specific reasons on this license plate. And again, it goes to priorities. We are dealing with the worst budget I think anyone in this legislature has ever seen. and we're having difficulty putting priorities forward. But I want to point out that we have 3 other license plates that are not getting through or haven't. Last year, we had the murdered and missing Indigenous relatives license plate. And as I said, I vote against all license plates, and that was a very devastating one because one of my closest friends and allies in Highlands Ranch is Indigenous. And this was very, very difficult for her. And my penance, I was going to get the license plate. I would vote against it, but I would get the plate. It was only a few $1,000s, but the plate never got out of appropriations because we weren't doing any license plates. We have now a fallen firefighter's license plate in appropriations. That one's not getting out. We had an effort to revise back the disabled veterans license plate. And when I say revise back, there's a history lesson on that one. In fact, as best as we can tell, the original personalized license plate was the disabled veterans license plate. In fact, in 1949, it was House Bill 958 that waived all registration and ownership fees for disabled veterans. I remember who those people were in 1949. That's the group we call the Greatest Generation. And they put that forward. And then in 1955, House Bill 128, that's right after the Korean War. That's the first time that we can find they had a personalized plate. But guess what? Over the years, that original 1949 effort to waive those fees, they disappeared because there's so many veterans who don't want to advertise to everyone they have a DV plate. So we've let the original people not get it, but now we have 200 plus plates for everything else. The cost for that was going to be $1.7 million because fiscal said every veteran in the entire state's going to run out and immediately get it. I think that's a little high, but again, when we're paying $17 million for all these other plates, and that's 10%, priorities matter. So what appropriations and what we're saying now is the horses are more important than the murdered and missing Indigenous relatives. The horses are more important than the fallen firefighters, and the horses are more important than the disabled veterans. It's priorities. We make choices. You can't say, no, that's not what I'm saying. When you push that green button, that's what you're saying.
Representative Sukla.
Found a pen. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'm up here, and why I'm on this bill is if we could go back in time, I actually wouldn't want any other license plates except for the one, so I knew where everybody was from. However, that ship has sailed. There is over 200 of them. We have a problem with on the range, actually on my family ranch where we have the wild horses that is impacting the range because there's too many of them. And what we do is they gather them and take them down to 35 about every 10 years. Who knows how much that costs? This license plate is voluntary to buy the license plate, number one. And in the future, it will generate revenue, not cost the state, generate revenue if they sell enough of the license plates. And that is why I'm on this bill, because it's going to help the land. It's going to help keep the horses in check because of their overpopulating and running the land. And that's why I'm on it. It's going to be a net gain. How often do you have a net gain? And I think if we want to cut the cost of license plates in half, next year I'll run a bill to take off the front license plate because a lot of the other states, and that should make the license plates cost half. All the other states don't have a front license plate. We don't want that wind drag, and I'm tired of running into a deer with my pickup and knocking off the license plate and then getting a ticket for it. Thank you.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also rise in support of this. What my colleague said from the southwestern part of the state is true. When you look at this from a purely agricultural and ecological standpoint, right now these horses are ultra inbred. It's not good for them themselves, and what they're doing to the terrain is horrible. About the other license plates, I don't know how many of them came in front of this body for me to vote on, but I refuse to have some moral authority sit and tell me what button I should push and how I push it and where it's going to land. I'll vote for my 88,000 people. You vote for yours. Thank you.
Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I respect the fact that my colleague from Douglas County is a no. What I don't appreciate is either impugning our motives and saying that we are picking and choosing, you know, what we pass out through here. We have done a lot of work in the last 4 years regarding wild horses. As has been said by my co-prime, we are trying to regulate fertilization and trying to maintain the land. And you know what? I can't answer as to why those other bills didn't come out of here. Maybe. I don't know. I know that we worked really hard on this bill to find the funding. It took a while. This wasn't just something that just happened and showed up, and boy, I came out of approach just because I'm the majority leader. I had to put my work and time and effort, as well as my other colleague, my co-prime, into this bill. And I do resent the fact that we are being held to a different standard because other bills didn't come out. There are some that are in approach. We have no idea the outcome of those, and to assume that they're not going to happen, I think is disingenuous. So members, I would
back
ask
to
for
the
a yes
bill.
vote.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1306 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lindsay votes yes. Minority Leader Caldwell, how do you vote?
Yes.
Minority Leader Caldwell votes yes. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Weinberg votes yes. Please close the machine. With 52 aye, 11 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1306 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1256.
House Bill 1256 by Representatives Jackson and Mabry, also Senator Cutter, concerning the procedure for releasing an individual from the Department of Corrections.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1256 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I request permission to run a third reading amendment on House Bill 1256.
Please briefly explain.
It was brought to my attention by the drafter that there was a technical amendment, and on page 5, where we need to insert the number 8, and on page 7, we need to state that the department shall not charge a fee to an offender during the process of securing an offender's identification.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. These are technical conforming changes to reflect some of the amendments we brought earlier in the process.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is permission to run a third reading amendment on House Bill 1256. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine. Members, please proceed to vote. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lindsay votes yes. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Weinberg votes no. Minority Leader Caldwell, how do you vote?
Yes.
Minority Leader Caldwell votes yes. Please close the machine. With 56 ayes, 6 no, and 3 excused, the motion to adopt, to run a third reading amendment is adopted. Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move L4 and ask that it be properly displayed.
1 second, we'll get it displayed. I think you described it, but anything else you'd like to tell us about the amendment?
No, again, members, this is just conforming language to reflect changes we made earlier in the process.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L4 to House Bill 1256. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine. Members, please proceed to vote. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lindsay votes yes. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Weinberg votes no. Minority Leader Caldwell, how do you vote?
Yes.
Minority Leader Caldwell votes yes. Please, Luck. Representative Luck. Please close the machine. With 60 aye, 2 no, and 3 excused, the amendment is adopted. Majority Leader Duran.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move for the passage of House Bill 1256 as amended.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1256. Oh, I'm so sorry, Representative Bradley. Yeah, that's nice, thank you. Bradley.
Wow, I've never been ignored like that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I talked to the bill sponsors after. I needed to apologize. I misread the bill. I will always be a woman of character. I thought that the bill was giving more money, and I did not read that you had taken the bus pass out. I believe that we should definitely be bolstering the Colorado Correctional Industries and the prison industry program. I definitely think that people that have been incarcerated deserve their ability to get and receive their identification documents. I apologize that I misread it, and I apologize for some of the comments that I made. I definitely believe that the community should be involved in the reentry programs and not the taxpayers be funding it. So I stand by those comments, but wanted to put on the record that I did misread some of the bill's contents and will be in support of this bill today. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1256 as amended on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Minority Leader Caldwell, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Minority Leader Caldwell votes yes. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lindsay votes yes. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
No, ma'am.
Representative Weinberg votes no. Please close the machine. With 56 ayes, 7 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1256 as amended is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Lindsay, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1315.
House Bill 1315 by Representative Soper and Espinoza, also Senators Weissman and Carson, concerning documents relied upon for parole determinations.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1315 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1315 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Minority Leader Caldwell, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Minority Leader Caldwell votes yes. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lindsay votes yes. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Weinberg votes yes. Please close the machine. With 63 ayes, 0 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1315 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Lindsay, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1206.
House Bill 1206 by Representatives Joseph and Gonzalez, also Senators Lindstedt and Benavides, concerning improved funding to support affordable housing development.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1206 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1206 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lindsay votes yes. Minority Leader Caldwell, how do you vote?
No, ma'am.
Minority Leader Caldwell votes no. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Weinberg votes no. Please close the machine. With 42 aye, 21 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1206 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the titles of Senate Bill 92.
Senate Bill 92 by Senator Simpson, also Representative Sukla and Velasco, concerning the modification of the salary categorization of locally elected officers in specified counties.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 92 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 92 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lindsay votes yes. Minority Leader Caldwell, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Minority Leader Caldwell votes yes. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
No, ma'am.
Representative Weinberg votes no. Please close the machine. With 57 ayes, 6 no, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 92 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1236.
House Bill 1236 by Representatives Okai and Mabry, also Senators Ball and Hendrickson, concerning arbitration reform.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1236 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1236 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lindsay votes yes. Minority Leader Caldwell, how do you vote?
No, ma'am.
Minority Leader Caldwell votes no. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
No, ma'am.
Representative Weinberg votes no. Please close the machine. With 34 aye, 29 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1236 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Lindsay, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1341.
House Bill 1341 by Representative Johnson, also Senator Pelton R., concerning a modification to the service period during which the Colorado Agricultural Development Authority may allocate its portion of the private activity bond state ceiling allocation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1341 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1341 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lindsay votes yes. Minority Leader Caldwell, how do you vote?
Yes.
Minority Leader Caldwell votes yes. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Weinberg votes yes. Please close the machine. With 63 aye, 0 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1341 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel. Oh, we're frozen. Mr. Shebel, let's read those conference committee reports.
First report of First Conference Committee on House Bill 1410. This report amends the re-engrossed bill to the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Report of conference committee will be printed in the journal. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House proceed out of order for consideration of conference committee reports.
Seeing no objection, the House will proceed out of order for consideration of conference committee reports. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1380.
House Bill 1380 by Representatives Brown and Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning the repeal of the office of the Judicial Discipline Ombudsman.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to adopt the first report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1380.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Colleagues, in our conference committee, we talked about the two different versions, and we chose to go with the House version. So we win, they lose. No, I'm just kidding. I moved, so that's the explanation. Thank you.
The motion before us is the adoption of the first report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1380. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Minority Leader Caldwell, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Minority Leader Caldwell votes yes. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lindsay votes yes. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Weinberg votes yes. Please close the machine. With 63 ayes, 0 no, and 2 excused, the motion is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1380 as amended by the Conference Committee report.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1380 as amended by the Conference Committee report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lindsay votes yes. Minority Leader Caldwell, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Minority Leader Caldwell votes yes. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Weinberg votes yes. Please close the machine. With 63 ayes, 0 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1380 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1399.
House Bill 1399 by Representatives Brown and Taggart, also Senators Mobley and Kirkmeyer, concerning the elimination of the annual transfer from the general fund to the multimodal transportation and mitigation options fund and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Representative Taggart.
Madam Speaker, I move for the adoption of the first report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 26-1399.
So moved. Please proceed.
In this particular case, we adopted the Senate version. I apologize for that. The Senate requested on this particular transfer from this particular multimodal transportation and mitigation fund that we do it for 3 years as compared to the House was eliminating it. And I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the first report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1399. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Minority Leader Caldwell, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Minority Leader Caldwell votes yes. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lindsay votes yes. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Weinberg votes yes. Please close the machine. With 49 aye, 14 no, and 2 excused, the motion is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1399 as amended by the Conference Committee report.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1399 as amended by the first report of the First Conference Committee. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lindsay votes yes. Minority Leader Caldwell, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Minority Leader Caldwell votes yes. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Weinberg votes yes. Please close the machine. With 54 aye, 9 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1399 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1405.
House Bill 1405 by Representatives Brown and Sirota, also Senators Mobley and Kirkmeyer, concerning transfers of money from certain cash funds to the general fund.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the adoption of the first report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1405.
Please proceed.
In conference, folks, we transferred $1.3 million to the general fund from the Electrifying School Buses Grant Fund, and we also transferred an additional $10 million to the general fund from the OIT revolving fund. And we ask for an aye vote on the conference committee report.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the first report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1405. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lindsay votes yes. Minority Leader Caldwell, how do you vote?
Yes.
Minority Leader Caldwell votes yes. Mr. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
Thank you, ma'am. No.
Representative Weinberg votes no. Please close the machine. With 46 ayes, 17 no, and 2 excused, the motion is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1405 as amended by the Conference Committee report.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1405 as amended by the Conference Committee report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine. I'm sorry, Representative Kelty, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Boy, everybody had their finger on that button. So
I get in
I
a
need to sit
groove and
taller,
it's hard.
apparently.
I apologize.
That's all right. So I just want to remind everyone, in this, I would like for this to go back to conference. In this, they have decided the $74,000 that we decided as a whole, and that the Senate decided as a whole, to put the money back from the governor's mansion's gardening fund, as we called it, back into the general fund. And we decided that as an entire body. The Senate decided that as an entire body. We all said they wanted to do this. And then you had one small committee basically saying, we don't care what the people, well, I shouldn't say that. They decided to go against what we decided as a body and do what they wanted and put the money back into the governor's fund, into his tulips. And I'm asking for this to go back to conference because that is a section that we all decided and that we all should be heard. And the fact that a small group of people can then overturn what we all decided to do, to me, is wrong. So I'm asking for this to go back to conference.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to clarify what it is we did. That yes, we did return the funds, the $74,000, to the mansion fund because that fund is necessary. That is a building that is utilized by the public. There is maintenance required on that building, and it was important to keep those funds intact. However, the reason that those funds were being moved was actually related to another amendment in the long bill, which we actually did fund just through another fund source. So what the representative was attempting to do with that amendment was to utilize those funds from the mansion fund to put toward a reduction that we had made. It was a true-up that was coming out of the Veterans Trust Fund into a grant program. And so what we did is we just returned that, we just increased the $74,000 that was coming from the trust fund into the Veterans Grant Program in the long bill. So that, the intent of the $74,000 is still being met, still going toward the Veterans Grant programs. It's just coming from its original fund source instead of the mansion fund.
Representative Kelty, this is your second time to speak. You have 8 minutes, 45 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we knew that was what was happening, and we knew that the veterans were going to get this money, and then we still voted to say, you know what, the governor doesn't need this money, as much money as being appropriated to him as a body, as a whole. And without even conversations, with any conversation, without any letting us know that you were going to do that, it just basically just negated everything that we went through, saying we believe that this money is unnecessary and needs to go back to the general fund. We decided that all together. I have issue with the fact that there's so much power in the JBC that they can completely go against what we all decided to do, not just here, but also in the Senate, unanimously. Giving that, even if it's $1, giving that power, that's like a king power, just giving that power to one small group to override everything that we said, I have issue with. And I'm asking for a no vote on this because at some point we have to make a stand and we have to say, look, we did this as a body, we did this together. We should all be consulted on this. If you give even just this little bit of power, it's going to be, and I believe it's being abused. So I'm asking for it to go back.
The motion before us is the adoption of the repassage of House Bill 1405 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Minority Leader Caldwell, how do you vote?
No, ma'am.
Minority Leader Caldwell votes no. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lindsay votes yes. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
No, ma'am.
Representative Weinberg votes no. Please close the machine. With 41 aye, 22 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1405 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1409.
House Bill 1409 by Representatives Brown and Sirota, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning the distribution of money collected from the retail marijuana sales tax.
Oh, no, you go first. I'm sorry.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the adoption of the first report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1409.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In this bill, again, we return to the House version. And so, again, we win. The end.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the first report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1409. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lindsay votes yes. Minority Leader Caldwell, how do you vote?
No, ma'am.
Minority Leader Caldwell votes no. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Weinberg votes no. Please close the machine. With 42 aye, 21 no, and 2 excused, the motion is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1409 as amended by the Conference Committee report.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to go up here and explain my no vote. I think while we're trying to make these difficult cuts here, this industry continues to get hurt by both sides. And so I can't stress enough that while we're trying to find revenue ways to make these cuts, we continue to blatantly discriminate against this industry in all aspects. And I think that we have to make sure that we are able to account for this industry, which is, while you may not agree with it, it does bring in revenue across the state, millions of dollars. And so, investing in it while, we have to make these cuts and tough decisions, we should also understand that we continue to hurt this industry where we can potentially see this industry pull out of Colorado and the other neighboring states as they continue to legalize it will benefit from that. And I think, we should be mindful of that. And so, again, no disrespect to JBC, I will be a no, and we can't continue to assault this industry. So I encourage a no vote.
Yes, Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to clarify that this bill and this amendment doesn't penalize this industry at all. All it does is change a set of dollars that was going to our local governments. And one of the reasons we changed that is that our local governments have set in place themselves their own excise tax for the purpose of use of those dollars in those localities. So please, this was not at the expense of this industry. It's just a reallocation of dollars to priorities that this body has in fact put in place for the use of those cash funds. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1409 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lindsay votes yes. Minority Leader Caldwell, how do you vote?
No, ma'am.
Minority Leader Caldwell votes no. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
No, ma'am.
Representative Weinberg votes no. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 20 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1409 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1412.
House Bill 1412 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning authorizing the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing to use statistical sampling and extrapolation to recover overpayments to providers for certain Medicaid services and in connection therewith making, reducing, and appropriation.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the adoption of the first report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1412.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We actually just took the bill back to the introduced version.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the first report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1412. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Minority Leader Caldwell, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Minority Leader Caldwell votes yes. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lindsay votes yes. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Weinberg votes yes. Clifford. Please close the machine. With 63 ayes, 0 no, and 2 excused, the motion is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1412 as amended by the Conference Committee report.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1412 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lindsay votes yes. Minority Leader Caldwell, how do you vote?
Yes.
Minority Leader Caldwell votes yes. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Weinberg votes yes. Representative Taggart, we need you to vote. Please close the machine. With 63 ayes, 0 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1412, as amended, is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1357.
House Bill 1357 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Amable and Bridges, concerning phasing out the teacher recruitment, education, and preparation program and in connection therewith making, reducing, and appropriation.
Representative Taggart.
Madam Speaker, I move for the adoption of the first report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 26-1357.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. After discussion in the Conference Committee, we determined that we should extend the teacher recruitment, education, and preparation program for 1 more year. And that means all the students that graduate this year are eligible for the program for 1 year, as opposed to 2 years. And I would ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the first report from the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1357. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lindsay votes yes. Minority Leader Caldwell, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Minority Leader Caldwell votes yes. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Weinberg votes yes. Please close the machine. With 63 ayes, 0 no, and 2 excused, the motion is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1357 as amended by the Conference Committee report.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1357 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lindsay votes yes. Minority Leader Caldwell, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Minority Leader Caldwell votes yes. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Weinberg votes yes. Please close the machine. With 63 ayes, 0 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1357 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of the Conference Committee report on House Bill 1410.
Members, the motion before us is to suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of the Conference Committee report on House Bill 1410. This does require a 2/3 majority to pass. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Minority Leader Caldwell, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Minority Leader Caldwell votes yes. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lindsay votes yes. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
No, ma'am.
Representative Weinberg votes no. Smith and Story. Please close the machine. With 57 ayes, 6 no, and 2 excused, the motion is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1410.
House Bill 1410 by Representative Sirota, also Senator Bridges, concerning the provision for payment of the expenses of the executive, legislative, and judicial departments of the state of Colorado and of its agencies and institutions for and during the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2026, except as otherwise noted.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the adoption of the first report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1410.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We took a number of amendments that were made in both the House and Senate. The House amendments that we retained as amended, though, we did, as I mentioned, increase the Colorado State Veterans Trust Fund expenditures line by the $74,654 from the trust fund. We retained the increase of $300,000 to the offender treatment and services line for the Veterans Treatment Court and kept an amended footnote, but we did change the fund source to another fund in judicial. We maintained the House passed footnote regarding the Department of Natural Resources and the introduction of new wolves. We approved a Senate amendment to add a footnote regarding the restorative justice program line item that costs us no money. We made a number of staff technical amendments to ensure the long bill is implemented correctly. We increased funding to the Department of Revenue to address a funding shortfall in the sales and use tax system. And we added an additional $10 million to the placeholder that we already made for competency beds due to the consent decree that the state is under and active litigation that we are under and consultation with the special masters for that consent decree. We also retained some House amendments to add a new line item for special needs parole and the related footnote in the Department of Corrections. We retained the footnote, the allocation for Denver Health to be able to comply with the implementation costs of HR 1. We retained the additional cash funds from the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund to implement the trust fund, and we also added $3.7 or $9 million general fund to support the DD youth transition waiver, whereby the youth who are currently on the CES waiver and the CHIRP waiver under Medicaid, that they were under the long bill decisions made, no longer going to automatically transition onto the adult DD waiver. And so with this funding, we will enable those families who were most counting on that transition to be able to make that transition through the end of the calendar year. We also added $3 million general fund to ensure that we are exempting maternal and NICU codes from the 2% provider rate reduction and 85% of Medicaid reduction. And I think that's it. But we tried to meet everyone's needs. That's the short of it. So thank you all for your engagement on the budget, and we tried very hard to make sure that we were working in everyone's intent to this conference committee report.
Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honored to serve with you.
Don't eat the cabin boy. One of the news reporters came to me and said, your comments on the long bill actually got over to the Senate. One of the JBC Senate members discussed them. And in the discussion, said that they had listened to my comments and made the point that he's not my favorite person. You know, we don't really like Rep. Marshall. I wouldn't follow what he wants to do most of the time. But he's right. They said he's right. We did eat the cabin boy in this budget. We went after the weakest, and the strong kept their subsidies and their benefits. When I was given those comments, for the first time I was telling a personal story because I never could understand that, but it seems like the thing to do is the only way to get through to colleagues is you have to personalize yourself and tell personal stories rather than focus on what's best for everyone. But I'm old and I started meandering. I didn't get to the point on the story of my daughter concerned about being considered a sociopath because of the test she took, that she falsified some of the answers because she knew where it was going. But she asked me, well, what's a sociopath? And I said, well, it's someone who doesn't feel for others, don't have empathy. She said, what, is that a problem? And I said, well, most people want people to have empathy and feel for them. And she looked at me and said, well, don't emotions get in the way of making bad judgments? Don't emotions cause people to make bad decisions? Can't you be a good sociopath? And I said, oh, I think so, yeah. When she turned 18, I gave all my end-of-life material to her because I can trust her to make the right decision. She won't let any emotions get in the way of anything she's thinking of doing. And she's in the right place. She's a submarine officer, a weapons officer, and she would flood a compartment in an instant to save the submarine, even if it was her own best friend in that compartment.
Representative Marshall, I do want to give you leeway here, but back to the bill.
The point is, the emotions that we make in this long bill, we made choices. The biz subsidies, the donations, we voted in here. We voted in here to take $200,000 from the film office and send it to the Veterans Treatment Courts. They couldn't take that in the Senate. They had to try and get the buses. They still couldn't take it. There's certain things that are sacrosanct that shouldn't be sacrosanct. We fought hard for the disabled community just to get $280,000 that would be doubled to $560 to delay, simply to delay 1 year, slashing their incomes in half. And people are like, oh, no, it's a whole year. It's 25% July 1 this year when this budget's signed. Less than 2 months after this budget is signed, those community members with severely disabled kids, disabled family members, bought homes, have car leases based on that income slashed. Some have said they're going to lose their homes. And all we needed was $280,000. If you remember during supplementals, to the shock of everyone, we had a division on that to take some money from the film subsidies and send it to the IDD community.
Representative Marshall, back to the committee report, please.
It's part of the committee report, ma'am, on the subsidies for the IDD
Supplementals is not.
community.
The supplemental decisions were not. Thank you. Please proceed.
We had people break out in cheers at one point, but flipped. The profile's encouraged. Our representative from El Paso County isn't wrong in her comments she recently gave. We sit here and we make our choices, but my choice is going to be no on this bill. I thank you for allowing me to speak. But once again, being censored, all animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the first report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1410. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lindsay votes yes. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Weinberg votes no. Minority Leader Caldwell, can you hear us? Minority Leader Caldwell is excused. Representative Story excused. Please close the machine. With 40 aye, 21 no, and 4 excused, the motion is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1410 as amended by the Conference Committee report.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1410 as amended by the Conference Committee report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lindsay votes yes. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
No, ma'am.
Representative Weinberg votes no. Please close the machine. With 40 aye, 21 no, and 4 excused, House Bill 1410 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of the Conference Committee report on House Bill 1411.
Members, the motion before us is to suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of the Conference Committee report on House Bill 1411. This requires a 2/3 majority to pass. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lindsay votes yes. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Weinberg votes no. Please close the machine. With 55 ayes, 6 no, and 4 excused, the motion is adopted. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Sorry, I need to read the title first.
Oh, right.
Mr. Shebel, please read the title to 1411.
House Bill 1411 by Representatives Brown and Sirota, also Senators Mobley and Kirkmeyer, concerning changes to health insurance benefits for certain low-income individuals who are not eligible for medical assistance due to their immigration status and in connection therewith, making, reducing, and appropriation.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the adoption of the first report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 26-1411.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In our conference committee, we were able to take the introduced version of the bill and raise the cap on dental benefits for kids, for everyone, excuse me, from $750 in the introduced version to $1,100. That will provide a larger dental benefit for the tens of thousands of kids who are on this program. And we'd ask for an aye vote on the conference committee report.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I know that we've gone round and around and we spent such a long time on this bill. And I want to thank all of you that knew that there was something wrong with 1411 as originally introduced. That does not mean judgment on the sponsors of the bill. It means there is something wrong with just the constraints that we have within our state right now. Because of the amendments that we put on the bill, and even though the Senate stripped them completely, it still demonstrated that one chamber was not satisfied with 1411 as it was introduced. And that gave our sponsors enough backing to go back to the table and say something has to change, because what we have in 1411 is not just. And so with that, and with the conference committee, I am grateful for the work that our sponsors have done on 1411, and I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the first report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1411. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Representative Lindsay votes yes. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Weinberg votes no. Please close the machine. With 47 aye, 14 no, and 4 excused, the motion is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1411 as amended by the Conference Committee report.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1411 as amended by the Conference Committee report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lindsay votes yes. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
No, ma'am.
Representative Weinberg votes no. Please close the machine. With 41 aye, 20 no, and 4 excused, House Bill 1411 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to lay over the balance of the calendar till Wednesday, April 29, 2026.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar is laid over until tomorrow. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move the House stand in recess until later today.
The House will stand in recess until later today.